This meeting is being live streamed on the Council's YouTube channel. The recording of the meeting will remain online for 4 years, and if you are present in the chamber, you are consenting to appearing in the recording and broadcast, which may also be used for training purposes. Anyone else recording or filming from within the room must not obstruct the view of councillors, officers, the public and press, and that flash photography must not be used unless this has been agreed beforehand. As we begin tonight's meeting, I want to remind us all of the responsibility that we carry as elected representatives of this city. This chamber is not only a place for debate and decision-making, it is also a space that belongs to the public. Everything we say and do here is a reflection of how seriously we take the trust that the public have placed in us. Importantly, there are young people watching, our future leaders, who may one day consider stepping forward into public service. Whether they are women, members of ethnic minority communities, those from any kind of diverse background, or anyone else who might wonder if there is a place for them in politics, in public service, we must show them by our example that public life can be conducted with respect, dignity, civility, and purpose. It is my firm expectation that we conduct ourselves with courtesy, restraint, and respect for one another, regardless of differences in opinion or political affiliation. This also means keeping our remarks focused and to time, so that all members have a fair opportunity to be heard. I will not permit shouting across the chamber, personal remarks, abuse, or obstructive language or interruptions while others are speaking. Each member will be heard in turn through the chair, and we will keep our contributions relevant, respectful, and measured. The tone we set here matters not just for tonight's decisions, but for the kind of politics that we pass on to those who follow us. Let us carry out tonight's business in a way that strengthens the reputation of our city, that makes our city proud. Thank you. We'll now proceed to the agenda. Apologies. I've received apologies from Councillor Jones, Councillor Lewis, and Councillor Evans. Are there any further apologies? Councillor Chambers.
Do I have to stand? Or? Okay, just from Brendan O'Donnell, he's hoping to make it a little bit later.
Thank you. Item 2 minutes. Any amendments to the minutes from the last meeting? Nope. Okay. Okay, I'll sign them. Declarations of interest. Please note that a general dispensation has been given to those members who have an interest in item 9, final proposals for local government reorganisation in Gloucestershire, to allow all members to take part in this important debate before us today and at Cabinet tomorrow. Are there any further declarations of interest? Okay. Item 4, call over. I will read out the agenda items that are available to be reserved for discussion this evening. If you wish to reserve any items for discussion, please indicate by raising your hand. Item 9, final proposals for local government reorganisation in Gloucestershire. Okay. Thank you. Item 10, Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act 2000, annual update. Okay. Item 11, designation of interim monitoring officer. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Items 9 and 11 have been reserved for discussion. I will now call upon the Leader of the Council to move a motion to ask Council to approve the recommendations of those reports that have not been reserved for discussion. Councillor Hilton to move.
Can I move the report of agenda item 10 that's not being held up for discussion?
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Wilson, do you wish to speak now? Okay. Is that agreed? Okay. Okay, item 5, public question time. We've learned that the two public questioners are not in the chamber this evening, in which case we will proceed to item 6, petitions and deputations. Are there any petitions?
No.
Okay, there are none. Item 7, announcements. Well, I have two announcements. I would like to record a big thank you to everyone involved in organising and supporting this year's Sheriff of Gloucester Size of Ale. It was as much the lively and unique tradition as you can imagine, with both current and former councillors and civic colleagues donning medieval costumes and embracing the spirit of the event. We all witnessed such incredible generosity from people around the city giving to our civic charities. Over the course of visiting 24 pubs across the city, a total of £1,291.86 was raised, which is the highest amount achieved for this event to date. The Sheriff extends her thanks to all who took part and helped make it such a success. I note that no drinking establishments were closed. Gloucester is open for business. I'm also pleased to share that we will be holding an arts and crafts pop-up shop in the Eastgate Shopping Centre next to Marks and Spencer on the Friday the 5th, Saturday the 6th and Sunday the 7th of December. Those who may be interested in having a table or selling their artwork are invited to contact the Sheriff for further information. Thank you. Call the Leader of the Council. Announcements.
Yes, I've got one announcement. Members will know that we've reorganised our enforcement team. We've now got full establishment of the enforcement team, including we've now got 2 full-time planning enforcement officers that are now in post, which is really good news because we haven't had that since we took over the administration, shall I say, in 2024. So we've now got a full team. There is a backlog of 191 open planning enforcement cases. But there are some interesting things. There's been enforcement noticed on Sevenside Farm for illegal dwellings. Currently, the appeal process is in process with an inquiry in January. There's also been a joint enforcement warning letter from both the city and county councils issued to Allstones aggregates. This includes missing information to support the current planning application, which they want with the county, new applications that need to be submitted to the county, and new applications that need to be submitted for 5 planning breaches to Gloucester City Council. I know the officers have been very firm with Allstones on that matter. They're not going to allow constant talks. They want action, and they want Allstones to deal with the issues that they've put out. So I'm really pleased that we're taking action at last.
Thank you. Announcements, members of the Cabinet. Yes, Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm delighted to announce that the festive period in Gloucester has officially started. So thank you to everybody who came out last week for the lantern procession. last weekend. It was a really lovely evening, and I was glad to see so many of you out enjoying and supporting it. There is a lot planned at the Guildhall and around Gloucester this Christmas. And if you haven't already got the new Winter Spring Gloucester Guildhall brochure, I suggest you sign up to their mailing list. There's events all through December that you can take your family to, decorating cookies, making Christmas decorations. So make sure everyone's out enjoying themselves this Christmas. There's also a brochure for Visit Gloucester as well, which gives details of events that take place, not just at the Guildhall, but further afield as well. Enjoy your Christmas when it comes.
Councillor Field.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm delighted to announce as Chair of Climate Leadership Gloucestershire that the Cross-County Climate Risk and Vulnerability Assessment, or the CRVA, has now been signed off and will be published imminently. It gives us, Mr. Mayor, for the first time, a full picture of climate risks across the county and districts, supporting stronger business cases and better investment decisions. And my thanks go to the NHS and all councils, officers and partners involved in funding and delivering this work.
Thank you, Councillor Field. Councillor Sawyer.
Yes, as part of the strategic and local plan process, papers on certain aspects of the plan have now gone live on the website for consultation. So key papers include housing density, urban capacity study and the design code. So I encourage everyone to have a look and comment on those. Thank you.
Councillor Dr. Rebecca Trimnell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Please can I encourage you to attend next Friday's Reclaim the Night. It's Gloucestershire's Reclaim the Night, Walk With Us, and it's to demand an end to men's violence against women and girls for the 16 days of action in 2025. We'll be meeting at King Square at 6 p.m. And it's going to, we'll do the procession and then we will then go back there for coffee and tea and drinks, also at King Square at 8:30. Thank you.
Thank you. Announcements, chairs of committees. Okay. Head of paid services. Okay. In that case, we move on to item 8, members' question time. I will invite group leaders to ask 2 questions and related supplementary questions. Other members may indicate that they would like to ask a question by raising their hand. After group leaders, I will endeavour to allow each member who has indicated to ask 1 question and 1 related supplementary question before allowing any member to ask a further question. This will continue until the time has run out. Questions should be put and answered without discussion, noting that we have 45 minutes to get through as many questions as possible, and questions must comply with the Council procedural rules, which have been circulated to all members, and the Members' Code of Conduct. Thank you. Councillor Stephanie Chambers, please.
And thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to start by saying it's disappointing that we changed rules for this debate today. And one of the things was opposition parties agreed not to submit any motions so we could really deal and get into depth on the LGR. And the agreement that we'd made was that there'd be no cabinet announcements, but it seemed like you went back on your word there. So my first question was to the leader. Last week at Cabinet Questions, you told me that the council does not need to keep records of overt surveillance operations because RIPA only applies to covert activity. Given the Data Protection Act 2018 and UK GDPR impose a legal duty on this council to maintain surveillance register, conduct data protection impact assessment, and demonstrate compliance under the accountability principle. And in fact, you told me it was my responsibility to prove you weren't. Will you now confirm whether you report this council to the Information Commissioner's Office for failing to comply with these obligations?
Leader of the Council.
Yeah, in response, first of all, this council hasn't used the RIPA powers since Liberal Democrats formed the administration. Our RIPA report was on the agenda and clearly stated that we haven't carried out any covert surveillance under the legislation. The council does not carry out any overt surveillance operations. Statutory duties placed on authorised officers allows them to respond to specific complaints, investigate specific offences, and in some of the evidence gathering can include photographic evidence and noise recordings. On some occasions, residents will provide officers with video evidence. This type of evidence gathering is not classed as overt surveillance. The police are the appropriate authority to carry out overt surveillance in the city.
Supplementary question?
Thank you, Mayor. So you cannot confirm whether this authority is complying with its obligations of keeping GDPR registers for anything that they're doing in regards to surveillance?
I have no evidence that we're not complying with the rules, and that's the advice that I've received from the head of enforcement.
Councillor Stephanie Chambers, second question.
Thank you, Mayor. Not too sure which cabinet member to put this one to. It's a question, and there's been a lot of interest. I presume it might be the leader in regards to regeneration in that area. So around the area of London Road, the Forum, etc., all the new works that are going on there and the apartments we've built, there's a proposed highway change within the city centre. And unfortunately, this is quite relevant as of today when we're discussing LGR, because highways can make changes across the city which directly affect our businesses, and we get no method of consultation as members in this authority. So I've written to the Highways Authority asking them for more information on these proposed, I think it's a no right turn by St Peter's Church. Unfortunately, they haven't seen fit to respond to me. Could you write to the Highways Authority and find out what is actually happening? Because this could be very detrimental to businesses and affect lots of residents in our city, so we can be informed and consulted on this matter.
Leader of the council.
Yeah, well, as the local county councillor for Kings and Wharton Division, London Road is in my patch. Both myself and Councillor Trimnell have been on walkabouts and discussions with the county officers who are developing the extension of the cycleway through London Road to Northgate Street. We've expressed some concern about it. We had a meeting on site a few weeks ago. Frankly, it's a bit late for us to be advised. There was a public engagement session held at the University of Gloucestershire, but both Angela Condor and myself attended, where we questioned and we've asked for some further information. I've encouraged residents in Kingshill to write in if they've got concerns and copy me in, and some have done that. We've done everything we possibly can at the moment, but this is an example where there are two authorities. You know, it might well be that a Greater Gloucester Council would do a better job than the County Council is doing at the moment in the way they are building their cycle lane through the city. You know, as a County Council, I'm still waiting for plans from the engineers on what they plan to do with Escort Road and Cheltenham Road roundabout, again in my division. And I know we have another offer for a walkthrough from Northgate and Southgate Street that Councillor Trimnell has agreed the date, so I'm unable to make it. But we're doing everything we can to communicate with Gloucestershire County Council, but they are the authority. I have no power as leader of this council to do anything more than lobby. I don't serve in the cabinet at Shire Hall, so I can't instruct officers to change the way they're doing. All I can do is express my concern. There are issues about the no right turn, but I'm told the only reason why they can do the no right, they have to do the no right turn. Otherwise, if they put in the cycle lanes, the whole place will clog up at that junction. And that's the point of view they make. So, I'm not really, you know, I don't think the closure of right turn will have a direct impact on businesses in London Road. That's not the issue. I think the issue is whether there's problems at the junction, the other issue is residents are concerned that some of the other roads, like Aldwood Street, might be used as a rat run.
Councillor Stephanie Chambers, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do have a supplementary. I think anything that causes mayhem within the city centre is going to make people avoid the city centre and therefore impact on the businesses there and the residents that we are encouraging to take up city centre living. So it directly impacts what we're doing as a local authority to try and improve our city centre and the usage of it. As the leader of this council, what can you do to improve the communication? Because we all represent a ward and some represent the city centre wards, but actually we all are invested in the city centre and we've put a lot of effort into the regeneration of this city. So how can we improve communications to make sure we are consulted on these issues like this that directly affect the city centre?
Councillor Hilton.
Well, I think the situation is going to get better with the Lib Dems now in charge of Shire Hall, because I think one of the reasons why we've been kept into the dark, and it's rather late in the day, is that the plans for this aspect of the London Road cycle lane extension were done during the Conservative administrations when they were in power, and the sort of communication they gave to their local councils, particularly the county council for Kingsland and Wharton, was as it came late in the day. I certainly know the new cabinet member is discussing things, and he's also talking to Rebecca about the Northgate, Southgate Street. But unfortunately, we've got to the point where we know that the county council is just about to let the contract for the works to be carried out. I do know they told me that once they let the contract, the engineers will be holding another public engagement session to talk about the impact of the roadworks which take place over a period, I gather, of 9 months.
Point of order, Mayor. I just wanted to come in here because I have been made as the cabinet member of the city centre. Is that correct? So I am kind of mindful that really I should be contributing to the answer to this question.
Councillor Hilton gave the answer to that. Thank you. Councillor Pullen. Councillor Pullen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a question to the Leader of the Council. Could you give us an update on the progress of moving the Eastgate Market from the existing hall into the new building on the Eastgate Centre? And can he tell us what his vision and expectations for the new market are? Thank you.
Hilton.
Without looking at my notes, I know we're getting close to the next round of the progress on the Greyfriars, and there will be a report to Cabinet in December, which we've signed off. So there will be an update on where we are, and we're about to commit funds from the project to move things forward. We have made progress in that we've moved some businesses out of the space that we want to build a new indoor market, and we're looking there to have a really good food hall and an extremely interesting market that might have artisan bakers, delicatessens and other operators there. But we're still at early stages on that one. I think, but the report that's going in December will give you a lot more information, Terry.
Councillor Pullen, you have a supplementary question.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you for that. That gives us a flavour, but it is really, really important that we get the new market right. So can I ask a commitment to a broad consultation process with existing traders in the market, those who are there at the moment, potential new traders who could take advantage of what's on offer? Can he seek the views of the public, the people of Gloucester, please, so that we can make sure that Gloucester has a successful and prosperous market that is to the benefit of everyone? Thank you.
Councillor Hilton.
Yeah, well, the next stage in the project will involve a lot of public consultation about what the council is planning to do with the Eastgate Market. So that that's going to happen. And then obviously there's consultation with existing tenants. And that's the next stage. I say the report that's going to Cabinet in December will explain more of that than I can give you today, but it will explain the processes which will involve public engagement and discussion about the market. I gather I might be meeting on tomorrow, meeting the Member of Parliament to discuss the Greyfriars project, but I think that's to do with the proposed cultural centre that will be in the Old Market Hall.
Councillor Pullen, your second question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand there was recently a meeting of the county branch of the Royal British Legion concerning a permanent home for the Forces Hub in the city centre. Both my colleague, Councillor James, and Councillor Lewis, in his capacity as Armed Forces champion, attended the meeting. Under the Armed Forces Community Covenant, it is really important that City Council supports our Armed Forces community, their families and veterans. This has been dragging on too long now. Is the Cabinet member fully committed to honouring the military covenant and providing permanent premises for an Armed Forces hub in the city centre?
Councillor Wilson?
Yes, I think that one's directed at me. Yes, I know we have, officers have had some meetings with the Veterans Hub, and we thought we'd identified some premises, but they weren't Disability Act compliant. That was in King Square. I'm hesitant at the minute due to the nature of our finances, unfortunately. We're just going to have to look at everything very, very carefully. We have had instances in the past where we do have some organisations operating within the city at paying little or no rent, and it's costing us a fortune at the minute. I am pretty sympathetic to what it is you're asking, and I have to say it's one of the more worthy projects. But right now, I need to be very wary of our finances, and we should have more information of that within the next few weeks, and I'm reluctant to commit to anything until we know more.
Councillor Pullen, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I'm pleased to hear you're sympathetic, but I'm very concerned, on the other hand, to hear that you're hesitant. Hang on, which one is it? Look, what options and premises are you seriously considering? Can you let the Royal British Legion please know what they are? It's been dragging on since the spring, this. We really do need to give them an answer and a commitment to veterans, to our armed forces, and to military families in Gloucester. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, unfortunately, I have to face the reality of just where we are right now. I understand what you're saying, and I will probably be more sympathetic to this than maybe some others, but it's a question of how much of a contribution they'll be able to make themselves. And as things are at the minute, I'm not aware that they are able to make any contribution, so it sort of limits to what we can offer. But I know that you've been asking for this for several times, and you know, when we go through what we can and can't afford, that will certainly be on the list, but I can't give a commitment yet, unfortunately.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Alistair Chambers?
Thank you, Mayor. My question's around the separation of Gloucestershire into separate local government restructure. We had an opening prayer today from the Reverend, which was very well received, and it's a great prayer. One of the key points was about ensuring that the public was put first. I got a letter here from the Diocese of Gloucester saying that Gloucestershire is actually relatively small compared to many large cities and counties. We are concerned that discussion is around dividing what is already small into something smaller. What does that mean in terms of critical mass for the university and schools? I've got letters here from Gloucestershire College, Stroud College, Cirencester College, Hartbury College. They're all really concerned, as well as the Federation for Association of Primary Schools. They're concerned as well with the Gloucester model and dividing it. Why are you still proceeding when there's so much literature, so many letters from the NHS, which I've got here, Gloucestershire College, primary schools, and the Diocese of Gloucester, which kindly presented a fantastic prayer thing? Why are you proceeding with this nonsense of the donut idea?
Leader of the Council.
Well, I prefer the donut one to the fried egg with the broken yolk, which is what I thought is what you could describe the single county one. That is going to be, if we had it, the second largest by population, no, the third largest by population unitary authority in England. There are only two that are larger than the proposed unitary model that's been proposed by Gloucestershire County Council, and that's Leeds and Birmingham.
Councillor Alistair Chambers, do you have a supplementary question? Okay. Do you have a second question?
I do. Thank you.
Okay.
There's questions around freedom of information. I raised freedom of information to the City Council, freedom of information number 002245, around the Hotel Ibis and around how many men, women, children were housed there and how many beds. I was told in writing that the City Council did not hold this information. I sent another freedom of information saying I believe that was untrue and the City Council do hold that information. And yet again, I was told that the information was not held by the City Council. I asked them to pass it on to relevant housing officers to check, and I was told that they do not hold the information and they're not going to be looking into it. It's a lie. I've got an email from a senior officer with the figures. 112 men, 1 woman and no children are housed in the hotel. Why are we being told lies from the council, what they're trying to hide, and why we're not given the correct information? Freedom of information is legally bound. It has to be true and correct, and it's not. It's false information that's coming back.
Leader of the Council.
Can I say, I think this point that Alistair's making is a few months old. And I think, you know, we do know that the population changes in the Ibis, but it's a matter for the Home Office to place people there. It's not a matter for this council to place them there. But I must say, I do find it it's not acceptable to see people demonstrating outside the Ibis Hotel, making people that are here seeking asylum feel uncomfortable about the place they live at. And I understand that you've been there with your megaphone at these demonstrations, and I think that is not an acceptable behaviour for a member of this council.
Councillor Alistair Chambers, do you have a supplementary?
I do, yeah. I have been there, and I'm allowed to voice my opinion personally and politically. My opinion is around, like I said, there's no children there. There should be children housed there, and it's appalling that there's no children there. But you did not answer the question. Yet again, you failed to answer the question. My original question was around why are freedom of information being falsely responded to and lies being told in writing, which I can prove, by the council. Why is this council telling lies and not doing the legal requirement of fulfilling the freedom of information, which it's legally bound to do? You are falsely giving information which is untrue. Why are you telling lies?
Leader of the Council.
I'm sorry, you've accused me of telling lies. You have not even bothered to write to me with and copy me in with your request for information. This is another bit of grandstanding by Councillor Chambers, who wants to whip up public disquiet about the fact that we have refugees and people seeking asylum living in the city of Gloucester. And I find that most distasteful. And it's about time you showed a bit more leadership and accepted that people are here because they're fleeing persecution in other countries and are seeking political asylum or asylum of some sort. And that's a legal process. They can do that under the Convention of Human Rights and everything else. I suppose the next thing you'll be doing is asking me whether I think we should get rid of the European Convention on Human Rights. My answer to you on that one will be no.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. I'm now going to open up the chamber for questions from all members, but before I do, could I ask you please to direct your questions to the chair?
Through the chair.
Through the chair from now on. Thank you. Councillor Chambers de Bruce, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question for the Cabinet Member for Community Engagement. I've heard that there are thoughts about ending the individual funding pots which are given to each councillor to distribute within their communities. Is that true?
Councillor Dr Rebecca Trimley.
Thank you for your question. Yes, it is true. This council has found itself in a financial difficulty, and we are having to look at ways that we could manage that. But that's not to say that we won't be doing a different scheme. We're still in the process of looking at how that could be achieved. So we're still in early days with that. But I think you will be happy with what comes out of it. But yes, we will be doing away with the individual pots of money that was called the Councillor Community Fund from April 2026. Thank you.
Councillor Chambers-Lewis, do you have a supplementary?
I do, thank you. My concern, and I hope it's something that you take on board, is that whilst to a lot of people it's a comparatively small amount of money that each councillor gets, and I fully get that. When you think all of us get it, that becomes quite a large bit of money. But my concern is certainly in Moreland, the things that we've actually spent the money on are things that have really made a difference. Little projects, things like when we did the warm spaces, we funded a lot of that. We've funded holiday programmes for children. We've funded mentoring type groups and programmes. We've funded community gardens. We've funded community kitchens. Now, all of those, even though it's comparatively small amounts of money, wouldn't have been able to do what they're doing without it. And I am concerned, and it seems a real shame, that potentially there could be an end to that. Because, for comparatively small spend, it's a very, very valuable thing, and actually increases cohesion, increases things for young people to do, and actually makes life a whole lot better for people in our communities. So, I hope your new scheme addresses that.
Councillor Dr Trimley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you for your question. I don't know if there was a question in that, but just to relay your fears with this, I can completely understand what you're saying. They are small pots of money which can make a big difference, and I do really realise that. However, there were many councillors who used it well, and there was others that probably weren't so good at using it. So I'll be really honest with that. Also, there was no feedback or measurement from when you gave that little pot of money. So I want to see something that's a little bit more measurable so it's a long-term investment and long-term future. So that's what this new project, this new scheme will do. And this new scheme, when it's up and running, and you'll see it for yourselves, will be a scheme which will be voted on by all members of this council. And you'll be given an option, you'll be given choices on how this money is going to be spent. So democratically, I think it will be more pleasing for many of individual councillors here. But I do understand with what you said. I did present a report to Cabinet which showed a breakdown of all those pots of money and all what they did. But in this present climate of financial constraints, this is the next best thing, and I think this will be even better. So please bear with us while we work it up. Thank you.
Councillor James, please.
Apologies, Mr Mayor. Through the chair then, to the Cabinet member with the responsibility for parking, I want to ask whether there are any special arrangements being made for Small Business Saturday on the 6th of December, please.
Councillor Wilson, please.
We're working on a scheme for, we're looking at whether or not we can afford, and we probably can, free parking in the run-up to Christmas. The impression, what I was told by officers, that the more popular opinion was on the nights from 18th to the 24th of December were more popular than the Small Business Saturday, but we're flexible. But at the minute, my preference was for the 18th to the 24th of December evening times. but we haven't made a final decision yet.
Councillor James, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, please, Mr Mayor. If I could just ask if details could be circulated to all councillors once a decision has been made, please.
Councillor Wilson?
Of course I will.
Councillor Conda, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My question is to Cabinet Member for Resources. Can you tell us what impact occurred as a result of the media campaign around the car boot tendering process, which occupied a lot of press at the time? Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you for that. A lot of this was in the report that went to Audit and Governance Committee, and it actually, it was quite... First of all, I was pleased that the report said we were broadly compliant with our processes and sort of the whole process of arranging for the lease and getting the tenders and disposing of the land. Few mild recommendations there, which we were happy to take on board. But what I found disturbing was in the report, one of the paragraphs, once a decision had been made to pursue the third offer, there was significant social media coverage that persisted throughout the heads of terms negotiations. This coverage impacted the council's negotiating position to the extent that the potential leaseholder considered pulling out entirely. You know, what an awful indictment that was, and what a terrible advertisement it is for the city that we're not a friendly, welcoming city. We're open to business for anybody throughout the country. To have a paragraph in like that about our social media campaign because some people thought a certain businessman shouldn't have got a contract. And it also mentioned about the site not being open, was supposed to be open in early 2025. Was subject to malicious damage, so this was not possible. As a result, the opening of the car boot was delayed until the 27th of July. Again, malicious damage, I think, understates it. Where I come from, that would have been called a terrorist attack because it was the target was innocent members of the public. You know, I would urge any members, you know, we're all councillors in our areas, we hear things and we're in touch with what's going on in our areas. I would urge anyone still that if they ever get any information about what gang of criminals carried out that attack, would you please just give that information to the police? Because this is not the sort of thing that we want. It's very disappointing to see that such a toxic atmosphere can develop that it almost drove a legitimate businessman out of the city who's now doing very good work in the car boot sale. So very disappointing, but I'm glad that we got to where we were. The guy was tough. He's made us solid stuff. And it looks like we're running a good car boot sale, and I'm sure it'll be there for many years.
Councillor Conda, do you have a supplementary question?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Councillor Sims?
All the members, sorry. Gloucester has a long-standing twinning link with St Anne's Parish, Jamaica, formally established in 1987 to recognise the city's growing Jamaican community. This relationship has fostered cultural exchange, youth visits and community projects following Hurricane Gilbert in 1988. Former Mayor Tony Ayland led a citywide appeal to support the people of St Anne's, demonstrating Gloucester's long-standing solidarity. I believe the hurricane that has just recently been shown all over the media was Category 5 this year. In light of the recent hurricane causing the severe damage across Jamaica, including St Anne's, what steps is the council taking or could take to provide practical support and solidarity to affect communities throughout the island and the members? Because I know that we all, the twinning is here in the city of Gloucester. And I just wanted to ask that question.
Councillor Courtney.
Thank you. I think this one might be me, although it was addressed to all of us. So, yes, I have accountability for international partnerships as part of my portfolio now, which has been added recently in the reassignment of some of the duties for the portfolios. I'm going to be meeting with some other members who perform a similar role in other councils. This is quite a new one for me, and one that I haven't had really a chance to understand exactly how I can support. I have had people contact me from the culture side of things, because I'm also, sorry, I'm supposed to be talking to Ashley, because I'm also the, obviously looking at it from a cultural point of view, and I know we're looking to strengthen our relationships with our twin towns and cities, which would include St Anne's. But as to your question about how we can support members of the community who've been impacted by these recent events, I hope to be able to report back on that after I've had these initial conversations. So they're due to be taking place in a couple of weeks' time. So once I've had those initial conversations, I'll link back to you, Councillor Sims, and let you know what we've got planned, and also take some input from you as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sims, do you have a supplementary question?
Yeah, it's almost covered, actually. Thank you for that. So I'll just reiterate, would the Cabinet member consider meeting with wider communities for the St Anne's Society? And can I just say that we're twinning with St Anne's Society, but the whole of Jamaica Island is affected. And so that's, and the community is across the board of that island. So it's not just the St Anne's. I just wanted to say that. So the wider community to explore, coordinate local appeal, including the possibility of council donations similar to the support offered under the former Mayor Tony Ayland following the Hurricane Gilbert.
Thank you. Yes, I'd be happy to meet with members of the community. I'll also be looking into what funds are available. I'm sure there probably are some funding schemes that we have for communities that are impacted by disasters such as this. So I'll be making inquiries, but yeah, more than happy to meet with anybody that you think would be useful to be involved in those discussions.
Thank you, Councillor Courtney. Councillor Marshall.
This one is for the Cabinet and Environment. I was just wondering whether you'd agree that here to help merging with Fix My Street is meaning it's taken longer for cases to be resolved and things to be communicated. So I had a resident in October report to me a deceased dog in St James's Park on a Friday morning, and we were not updated until Monday that the dog had been removed. So do you think this is acceptable that things are taking longer under the merge? Thank you.
Councillor Field.
Thank you for the question. I did see the email trail about that incident. I'm sorry if there were any delays. I do think you've had an answer from the head of transformation now about the changes that are being made. My experience with Fix My Street has been it's very effective. I reported a dead fox in my ward the other day, and it was cleared up within 24 hours, and that was on a weekend. So I think it varies, but there are some teething things. We are getting there with it. But I think the fastest aspect of it is that if you report something to Fix My Street, it does go straight to Yubico. We don't have to go through so many channels, and actually in that instance, it does speed things up.
Supplementary question?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's great that things are being really quickly, but there are things that are being delayed as well, and it's taken weeks, months. So would you agree if councillors cannot get answers quickly, then how long are residents waiting? Thank you.
Councillor Field.
Thank you. I'm sorry to hear about that, but I think you should make us aware of that, as you have done tonight. But if you can give us the detail on that, we'll respond accordingly.
Councillor Patel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. My question is to the Cabinet Member for Leisure. I attended the Cabinet meeting last week and I asked a question about services at GL1. I just wanted to follow up on that. and it was really with regard to a response, a written response, which said that we agreed to this. This council voted for this back in September 2024. What we voted for was £6 million to transform GL1 with investment in facilities, gym relocation, soft play, climbing walls, new inflatables, aqua splash, new fitness equipment, etc., etc. And what we found out now is that Freedom Leisure want to scrap the women's only gym facilities, that GL1. Over 165 women, local women, have signed the petition. There was a meeting which was attended by over 50 women at a time that wasn't really ideal, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Nonetheless, they did attend because they felt passionately about the services that we have, or they have, and they wish to continue using. So there is a real negative impact with the potential closure of the women's only gym. And who will it affect? It will affect, more often than not, and most likely, women in the most deprived areas in our city. And that would just lead to an increase in health inequalities further. And, this is a real opportunity for local women to lead on and shape the design of the facilities. But their voice is sadly being ignored. It's terrible. And I hope you agree with me that we need to do more to help tackle health inequalities, in particular areas of high deprivation. So when we voted for this, what we didn't vote for was closures. What we voted for was improvements. So will the Cabinet member please provide reassurances that money will be set aside to ensure that new gym equipment is provided to the women's only gym at GL1 so that they can continue and retain using the facilities? And will she agree to meet with myself, the users, and also the CEO at Active Gloucestershire, Kirsty, to see if we can take this forward and have a positive outcome? Thank you.
Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can only really repeat the answer I gave at Cabinet last week, which is that we are listening to people who are voicing their concerns about ladies-only provision. And I would clarify that we're not removing ladies-only provision. We are continuing to provide services for where women can exercise just around other women. We're going to be repurposing an area to become a wellness suite. It's going to include cycling, an e-gym, a box 12. It's all really quite state-of-the-art equipment, which is far superior to the equipment that's in the current ladies-only gym. I understand and I hear what the women that have contacted me are saying, that it's having a dedicated space that is also quite important for them, rather than just dedicated sessions. So we're listening to them. I have spoken directly to users of the ladies' gym, to a number of them. I have already met with Kirsty from Active Gloucestershire, and obviously I'm in frequent conversations with Freedom Leisure about this as well. So I would reiterate the answer I gave last week, which is we are looking at other options to try and find a dedicated space and to try and fund a dedicated space. We can't just start changing the spending that we committed, that everybody voted for in council last year. It was very clear, and members were very concerned that we weren't just going to hand this money over and then we could just decide off the cuff what we're going to spend this money on. We had to have a very fixed plan that was going to ensure the stability and the financial security of GL1 going forward. So we have to take those things into account, but we will look at whether we can try and provide something closer to what the ladies who use the current gym really want. And we're having ongoing discussions with them.
Councillor Patel, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you. I'd just like to repeat that, you're saying what we voted for. We did not vote £6 million of public money. £6 million. We did not vote for a closure of the women's only gym. What we voted for was a transformation and improvements. There was nothing in that document
Can you ask that question, please?
Yeah, there was nothing in that document that said that they would be removing these facilities. So you talked about the wellness studio, but that's a studio, that's classes at fixed times. their flexibility would not be there.
Councillor Patel, what's the
Can I
question,
ask
please?
again? Can I ask again if I can meet with you and the users, or with myself and Kirsty, to see whether we can find the money? £6 million, and it's shameful and sad that we can't find a couple of 100,000 for women in
Councillor
Gloucester
Courtney.
who pay their taxes, which is why we're sat here today. Thank you.
Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm happy to meet with Councillor Patel whenever he would like, and I can explain it all again to him then.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Yeah, I don't really need that. Does it need to be recorded? Sorry. Councillor Declan or Sebastian, I've noticed that Ubico stops cutting hedges, stops doing all the alleyways with the weeding from October until the beginning of March. I'm not being funny. The only reason I'm asking is, with climate change, we're getting very much warmer winters, and we're certainly getting wetter winters. And I think maybe it comes to a point that we'll have to get Ubico working through the winter to do the same thing and not shut down for those 4 months, because the alleyways are being overgrown, trees coming over and totally covered in weeds in my area. So I'd imagine everybody else's area is the same. So that's it for you, Sebastian. I don't know. Thank you.
Councillor Field.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you for the question. If you've got specific instances of that, then please do report them either via Here to Help or Fix My Street, or send them to me. That's absolutely fine. What we do find is that in the winter months, the Ubico crews inevitably get more involved in waste and recycling, especially as you get closer to Christmas with all the extra waste and recycling that we have to do. But I do know that the Ubico crews are working exactly as to their schedule. We had a meeting, a quarterly performance meeting, I think it was last week or the week before, that I attended and the head of communities attended, and Ubico are meeting or well above actually all of their targets on street care and cutting back, things like that. So I'm disappointed to hear that, but if you can give me some specifics, I'm happy to take that forward.
Councillor Bell, do you have a supplementary question? Okay. Councillor Gravels, please.
A very easy question for Declan. Declan, we had a report on motorhomes come to scrutiny and we withdrew. We had a report on motorhomes. Why have you shelved it? Because it hasn't come back.
Councillor Wilson.
Why? So what was your question?
So we had a report, didn't we, come to Cabinet, come to scrutiny. It was going on to Cabinet about motorhomes and the provision of extra spaces in Gloucester so that visitors could come and they could park up and spend money in local shops. We didn't like that at scrutiny. We suggested improvements and you withdrew it, and we've never seen it since. Just wonder when it's coming back. If I have missed it on your forward plan, because the Cabinet changes its forward plan far too frequently for us to keep up with it, and I've missed it, I apologise, but it would be good to know that it is coming back and you just haven't secretly, quietly shelved it. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
We're a very dynamic cabinet, Andrew. We change all the time. It just doesn't have a date on it yet because the work isn't done, but I am aware it's still there, and I have reminded officers a few times. So I'll give them another push. It hasn't disappeared.
Councillor Gravels, do you have a supplementary question?
I think it needs more than a push. I think it needs a real huge kick up the backside. We wanted it to be in place for the tourist season. Now is an ample moment and ample time for you to bring it back to Cabinet and through scrutiny. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, do you wish to?
I've taken this point on board.
Okay, so we've come to the end of that section of members' question time. We'll move on to questions to chairs of meetings. Members may indicate that they would like to ask a question by raising their hand. As before, I will endeavour to allow each member who has indicated to ask one question and one related supplementary question before allowing any member to ask a further question. Questions should be put and answered without discussion. noting that we have 15 minutes to get through as many questions as possible. Questions must relate to the business or functions of the relevant committee and comply with council procedure rules and the members' code of conduct. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Now we move on to item 9. Final proposals for local government reorganisation in Gloucestershire. The leader will move a motion.
Or the deputy leader, maybe.
For the deputy leader.
No, as Jeremy just cleared off, whenever
So the leader will move a motion, which, if seconded and agreed by at least half of the members present, will suspend the relevant council procedure rules to allow members to speak more than once during the debate and to allow officers to answer questions. Normal speech times will apply, and members will need to indicate to the mayor when they wish to speak again. This will apply for the duration of this item only. Does the leader wish to suspend standing orders?
Yeah, I think it would improve the debate that we're going to have shortly. So suspend standing orders, that's fine. I so move.
Can you move the recommendation?
Sorry, I'll sit down, otherwise I won't be able to read. I move that Council Procedure Rule 1505 be suspended for the duration of this item to remove the restriction that prevents members from speaking more than once in this debate. And to allow officers to speak in the event of members wanting to question them.
Is that motion supported?
And seconded.
Yeah, thank you.
And
those in favour of suspending standing orders?
okay, that's done.
Okay, that's done. Thank you. Can I please ask the leader to move the substantive motion?
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. It's been a busy day. At some point today, while I was writing my speech, I was phoned up by Rebecca saying the car won't start, and I had to disappear. So and jumpstart her car so she could get back home. Yeah, so I'll try and jump start this one as well. Fab. Right then, there's a timeline that we all know about, and that is that on the 16th of December, the government announced that it wanted to reorganise local government in Gloucestershire and wanted to propose devolution to fundamentally to a combined authority of an elected mayor. Then on the 5th of February, it asked for councils to respond to the offer to look at options. On the 21st of March, the Cabinet approved a joint letter that was sent by all 7 council leaders in Gloucestershire to tell the government that we were going to consider three options. One was a single unitary, one was the east-west unitary, and the other one was the Greater Gloucester and Gloucestershire unitary proposal. So far, what we do know is that the County Council has agreed to submit the single unitary option. The Cheltenham Borough Council has agreed to submit the east-west option. So both those will be sent in to the government, whatever decision we make today. The Greater Gloucester option and the Gloucestershire unitary option together, the proposal today is whether we decide to submit the third option. Submitting the third option will mean that the public in particular, when they go out to consultation, because we know that all three options are compliant, it assumes that the government will want to consult on all three. It gives the public an opportunity to discuss what sort of local authority they'd like in the future. I do know from conversations I had the other day in Eastgate Shopping Centre from people that lived inside the city and outside the city, almost all overwhelmingly wanted the Greater Gloucester option. There was very few people that wanted anything else. We were talking to people from Minsterworth, talking to people from Longford, Hynham, Treadworth, Hucklecote, Barnwood, and they all wanted to support the Greater Gloucester option, which was surprising because there's a lot of noise suggesting nobody wants to support it. I don't think that's the case when you're talking to residents of the city or residents of the areas that are outside the city. They want to be part of the same council. The Greater Gloucester option is the best option for both ourselves and for the county as a whole. It will create two complementary councils. The Greater Gloucester Council, with an extension to take in 21 other parish councils around the city, will have an urban focus and will be able to concentrate on issues such as homelessness, children's services, social care and urban regeneration, things that are really important to the city of Gloucester. The governance will be aligned with the city's real footprint. We know that there's social and economic interchange between people of the city and Brockworth or Hardwick or Upton St Leonard's. They're all part of the great community that is the city of Gloucester, though they're not currently within our boundaries. It will help us unlock housing and regeneration in Gloucester because we'll be able to concentrate on regeneration and we won't need to ask permission of the county step whether we can carry on doing this project or that project. We will be able to decide for ourselves and decide to go ahead of it. But the other thing on housing is a lot of the housing that we need for our own city is being provided in the north of the city at the moment, in Innsworth, in Twigworth, in Longford, in Churchdown, in Brockworth. So these areas are already having housing developments that are taking place, which are providing housing for us in Gloucester.
15 seconds, Councillor Hilton.
Delivering projects like the Form and Greyfriars are things that are really important to the city of Gloucester. I don't think those projects would ever have been done if we'd had a single county unitary. I think they would have said no, and we still have an area of the city which was in decay. The fact that the City Council went ahead and did
Thank you, Councillor.
is the reason why we need the Greater Gloucester option.
Thanks, Councillor Hilton. Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Okay, would you like to speak now or reserve the right?
Well, given that I might be able to speak later on, I might as well speak now. Go for it, fill your cup, as they say. Right, so the clocks are already ticking. The thing is, when I started reading this particular document, it all starts with executive summary, page 1, second sentence. This is an opportunity to build a structure of local government that will deliver improved outcomes and services for residents over the next 50 years. That means we have to get this right, because this is for the long term. So the question we will have to grapple with is simple. Which model gives the best chance of delivering better services, better outcomes, better growth for the people that we represent? That's all it boils down to. We know realistically that there are three options. Now, I'll admit that when this whole local government reorganisation process started, I wasn't very thrilled with it at all. In fact, I didn't think we needed to change anything. Initially, I thought the one county sounded like the best, but then when I started looking at the numbers and looking at how diverse this county really is, and the fact that we would be creating with the one unitary a mega council of 659,000 people, I don't want a mega council. I want a local council, and that on its own just rules it out for me. With regard to the Greater Gloucester model itself, the proposal begins by acknowledging something that every one of us who represents the city knows to be true, that Gloucester is different to the rest of the county. We are the youngest, most diverse and most urban part of the county. We have the highest levels of social need. We're the only city in the county with 21 neighbourhoods in the most deprived quintile nationally, compared with just 10 in the entire rest of the country combined. Gloucester accounts for over 35% of children's services demand, despite being just 20% of the population, 27% of the population. So the proposal is clear: a single approach for the whole county that fails to recognise the differences in population and places is bound to fail. Now, I have raised this point before, and one of my concerns was, to give a practical example, we got a council tax support scheme. It's actually more generous than most of the other district councils in the county. My fear is that if we ended up, particularly in a mega council, we will get the one-size-fits-all solution, and it will not be the scheme that we run, because that will cost money to the other councils. So therefore, we will lose the ability to make local decisions for the people who live in the city, and that concerns me greatly. Just look at the clock, so I'll just power on. The model proposes expanding the council boundary to include those communities that are part of Gloucester's true economic and social footprint. So that will create a unitary authority of around 178,000 people, large enough to be financially resilient and strategically capable, but small enough to remain rooted in place. Just look at this table I have of unitary councils. That would put us between Thurrock and Southend-on-Sea, but bigger than places like Reading and Thurrock, Slough, Knowsley, quite a few, Blackpool, Isle of Wight. So by no means a small local council, but a sizable enough unitary authority that will respond to local people's needs. With regards to the rest of the county, this proposal will not weaken Gloucestershire. I believe it will make it stronger, because it will create two complementary, well-balanced unitaries, Greater Gloucester and Gloucester Unitary, and it will allow each to focus on what it does best. Gloucester will be able to focus on driving city-led growth and tackling the urban social challenges. The rural and market town districts will be able to focus on ageing population in the rest of the county, environmental protection, and supporting the cyber-led economic excellence in Cheltenham. This will provide clarity and focus, reflecting the genuine differences between places and ensuring that neither urban nor rural priorities will overwhelm the other, which I believe would happen in a one-county unitary. I don't believe the east-west split will achieve this to the same extent. It will create a West Authority. It will start life with a £23 million deficit and will lump Gloucester together with two large rural districts with entirely different needs. The single county unitary will push us in the opposite direction, centralising the decision, diluting local identity, and imposing a one-size-fits-all model on a county that is demonstratedly not one size. With regards to our identity, public engagement across all districts was clear. People value their identity and do not want it diluted. The Greater Gloucester option will strengthen our historic identity as one of England's major cathedral cities. It will give us a council that will celebrate our heritage, focus on what works on generation and what works for us, and promote better economic growth in the future without being submerged in a county-wide bureaucracy.
15
this
seconds.
is also the model that will give us the strongest voice in devolution deals. We're also going to talk about the finances, but in this regard, the finances, if you put together a council that doesn't work, the finances are irrelevant, because if it doesn't work, it's not going to work financially, and you're not going to get the benefits you should be. So I would urge everyone just to support the Greater Gloucester option, because I think of the three, it's the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I've received no amendment, so we move straight on to the debate. Councillor Stephanie Chambers.
Thank you, Mayor. I have much to say tonight and so much to dispute with facts, but I'll start with this. Tonight I speak not just as a councillor, but as someone who was born here, raising my own family here, and who cares deeply about Gloucester, its people and its businesses. That's why I believe the Greater Gloucester model is the most dangerous proposal our city has ever faced. Greater Gloucester will be isolated, cut off from the rest of the county, stripped of partnerships and left to fend for itself. It won't even have the buying power to procure contracts to fix our roads. Government guidance is clear. Councils must be large enough to survive financial shocks. 178,000 people is a fraction of what's needed. Trying to run an adults and children's services social care in a city with Gloucester's demographics, with no backup, no county-wide support and no financial resilience is a recipe for failure. Experts show that models like this are likely to start in deficit from day one. That means a Section 114 notice, effective bankruptcy, bringing commissioners in to run our city, cuts to services and council tax highs of up to 25%, while the rest of Gloucestershire works together to thrive. This donut proposal was not created with residents in mind. It's about power, a leader clinging to control, a report written by officers whose instinct is to protect their jobs, and the public, just 1% support the Greater Gloucester model in the biggest consultation that was done. I am not a fan of the East-West model either, but at least Gloucester would have partners to share services, greater buying power and some growth potential. Greater Gloucester gives us none of that. If Greater Gloucester was to go ahead, Gloucester will become a deep, dark abyss. Our local economy will collapse, house prices will fall and businesses will leave. There is a better way. A single authority offers financial resilience, efficiency, a united voice for growth and a joined-up infrastructure. It means less duplication and bureaucracy and millions saved, money that can be reinvested into frontline services or lower council tax. One authority reduces duplication, one set of senior managers, one IT system, one procurement process, saving millions. It gives us scale to absorb financial shocks and plan for the long term. It ensures consistent policies across the county, no postcode lottery for services, and one point of contact for residents. And let's be clear, a single authority does not mean losing local voice. Government guidance now requires neighbourhood governance structures, so residents will still be able to shape the priorities in their locality. To my fellow councillors on the Lib Dem benches opposite me, and to everyone else in this room, please use your conscience. Do not sit back and put your hand up because you're told to. Do not be part of destroying and isolating our wonderful city. Stand up for what is right. We are where we are in terms of LGR, but look at the lack of evidence based in the Greater Gloucester report and vote with more on your mind than protecting your administration and your leader's ambition.
Just a few seconds now.
Do not let political ambition destroy this city. Vote for One Gloucestershire Authority to protect our city and our county's future.
Yeah.
Councillor Hyman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With all the current problems this country is facing, the government considers this is the right time to go ahead with wholesale reorganisation of local government. Less local democracy and accountability, vast amounts of money spent and resources diverted for what? Under the one unitary and east-west models, the representative ratio of councillors will be drastically reduced and local matters will be subsumed into a monolithic structure that will be unable to cope with all the demands of a more localised democracy. However, we can lessen the blow by putting forward a model which will retain local democracy for our residents and protect our historic city. That is why I am supporting the Greater Gloucester model.
Councillor James.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Greater Gloucester model is an insular model that takes no account of the rest of the county at all. It's concerned with Gloucester and only Gloucester, and that the rest of the county will be lumped together is of no importance. Leaving people from Lechlade to Lydney and Cinderford to Cirencester under one single unitary makes a unitary option, as neither takes into account the differences between the east and west parts of the county. Having read through the Lyon report, it's to be noted that the option that comes out on top, according to the criteria used, is that of our preferred option, the east-west split. Usually when you engage consultants to review the options available, they'll tell you what you want to hear. So in this case, the fact that they preferred the east-west option speaks volumes. But leaving the donuts aside for a minute, let's have a look at the Lib Dems overall in Gloucestershire and the choices that they've made. They can't even agree which option they prefer. In Cheltenham, they've seen sense and are supporting the East-West model. At the county, they're pushing for the single unitary. And then in Gloucester, we've got Jeremy's hole in the middle of the donut. If the Lib Dems cannot unite behind a single option for Gloucestershire, how can we trust any of them to know what's best for the county? And the fact that Jeremy has failed throughout this marvellous year of local government reorganisation to consult with other parties, that he's been so determined to push through the Greater Gloucester option despite the opposition, indeed despite the rest of the county ignoring its very existence, suggests to me that this is nothing more than a vanity project. Jeremy will tell you that he wants the best for Gloucester, but I don't believe that's the case. Having finally got control of Gloucester City Council, Jeremy doesn't want to let it go. As a council, the donut will be too small to access economies of scale. That is one of the main benefits of unitary conversion. It will not have the resources to maintain effective social care departments for adults or children, and the education and health departments will not have the clout to recruit the best staff. It will be one of the smallest unitary authorities in the country and will suffer from its lack of size. Contrast that with the massive single unitary, which if it comes to fruition will be in the top 3 largest in the country, and you can only see that the opposite will be the case. Too large to be strategic, too vast to be able to connect with its communities. The only sensible choice for Gloucestershire is a middle way, 2 good-sized unitary authorities which are rooted in the communities that they serve. I want to put aside the food analogies, the donut, the bananas, or even the fried egg options. What Gloucestershire really needs is the Goldilocks model. Not too little, not too large, but just right.
Councillor Pullen.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I echo some of the comments that my colleague just made of the shoddy way that the leader of the council has handled this, failed to work collaboratively across the council, driven his own agenda. There was a motion that we passed unanimously back in the summer, and he even failed to implement that. He's even tried to fix the process of the vote tonight so that he gets the result he wanted. That shows lack of judgment, poor leadership, and a disrespect for democracy. I'd like to quickly make the point for an East-West Gloucestershire, because Gloucestershire isn't one place; it's a collection of places. A single unitary would be too big. And Greater Gloucester would purely focus on Gloucester. So we believe the East and West is the best option, serving respectively 310, 350,000 people, large enough to be influential, large enough to be financially sustainable, small enough to be to meet the needs and priorities of people. West Gloucestershire, if I can just focus on that, is strongly positioned for a sustainable economy, for housing growth, and will provide good quality jobs, whether that's in Lydney, or whether that's in Gloucester, or whether that's in Cinderford, or whether that's in Quedgeley. As I said, a smaller authority is better placed to respond to aspects of social need, to tackle deprivation, to deal with the shortage of affordable housing, so that we can provide the right type of housing in the right places, ensuring that the right infrastructure is in place and that economic growth is based on local need. As I said, it doesn't matter whether that's in Lydney, Dursley, Cinderford, Stroud, Bolton-under-Edge, and West Gloucestershire will focus on all of those. The big question is not which is the cheapest to set up or which is likely to make the most margin or savings, but which council can be more community-based and more focused, be able to deliver effective and efficient services in those communities, and to be able to sustain future growth and development. We believe that West and East Gloucestershire are the best to do that. And we believe that that will be the best services to serve local people in their localities. Thank you.
Councillor Radley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'd like to start by almost saying the easiest bit of this discussion, which is I think the big unitary, a whole county unitary, is just too big. And when you look at the way it's being subdivided and the way that it looks like it's being restructured, it almost looks like you're having to create shadow district authorities to make it manageable. So however we decide to go forward, I think the only viable options are 2 unitaries. So whether that is an east-west split or whether that is a central Gloucester-based authority with a strong and prosperous outer ring, I think 2 is definitely the way to go. I find it curious that and useful that the colleges were brought up in conversation. So I have the dubious privilege of having to work at Gloucestershire College when it was Glosscat and being around when it absorbed the Royal Forest of Dean College. And so I know that the culture of the forest is very different to the culture of the city of Gloucester. And I know that the people of the forest have their own ways, their own culture, their own unique ways of doing and being. And I also had the privilege of working at Stroud College. And I can say the same. The people of Stroud have a way which is a bit different to being in Gloucester. But Stroud College is no more. It is now Stroud and South Gloucestershire and Stroud College, because it doesn't matter to the colleges. They're not constrained. So I think we have to really think about what's actually important to our decision making. Is it the boundaries that we put upon ourselves, or is it the way that we can actually work with others to actually achieve something useful? I am on the edge of the city. I live very, very close to the current boundaries. They do not work particularly well. Our city has been underbounded, and I think having a better relationship with the areas which are functionally part of our city is going to be really, really important. However this goes forward, we need the bits that are functionally part of our city to be in the same area. So whether that's an east-west split or whether that is the Greater Gloucester model, it's efficient. I hope that nobody has whipped me. I'm voting on what I think is the best model, and I hope that everybody here would do exactly the same. But I really think that the Gloucester model, the Greater Gloucester model, does give enough bang for your buck, that it is big enough to function, but it's small enough to actually understand the communities it works with. Thank you.
Councillor Sawyer.
Thank you. The last time we discussed the Greater Gloucester model in this chamber was before anything had been published, and there was concerns raised by members. And some of those concerns have been raised again tonight, so I'd like to address them. The main concern seems to be that we're going against the County Council and we're going alone. And why is Gloucester putting in a separate proposal? Well, each of the 7 districts is allowed to submit a proposal. The County Council, since day one, said they support unitary. We don't need their approval to submit a proposal. They are just one of 7 councils being reviewed. Just because they didn't want to work with the Greater Gloucester model doesn't mean it's a bad idea. Actually, I think it's the opposite. I believe they were happy to work on the East-West model because it shows theirs in a good light, and they didn't want to include ours because ours highlights their weaknesses. The same goes for why they didn't allow us to speak at the County Council meeting on it. Cheltenham muddied the waters a bit by getting the county to do the work for them, and Cheltenham, like us, saw that the one unitary model is a threat to their governance, so they're submitting the East-West proposal. Tewkesbury want a one unitary, so don't need to submit anything. The Forest of Dean and Stroud don't want anything to happen and just sticking their heads in the sands. I'm not sure about Cotswolds yet, but we know they're not submitting their own. If you read the one unitary proposal, it makes total sense that we would be submitting this Gloucester model. Gloucester hardly gets mentioned. There's one paragraph. It says we expect special consideration by the new council will be given to parish in Gloucester. These new arrangements would hold some of the key cultural, civic, public realm responsibilities and boosting the visitor economy. How can you parish Gloucester? We're the county capital. We're the city. We're the engine of the county. There's no mention of regeneration, homelessness, children's services, adult services, highways, all key services to the city, where the issues and needs in Gloucester differ significantly to those of the rest of the county. Do we want councillors in the Forest of Dean and Cotswolds making decisions about the future of Gloucester? No. Do we want to be part of a mega council, the one size fits all? Well, let's see how that's working out, shall we? Adults and children's services have been in special measures. Highways is an absolute mess. And as part of the consultation, residents were asked on their satisfaction of different services. The ones that score the best, rubbish and recycling, ours. Parks, ours. The ones that score the lowest, roads and pavements, county. Social care and benefits, county. So the other thing that seems to be coming up is that we're isolating ourselves and we don't care about the rest of the county. This is not true. And I'm going to run out of time, so I'm going to have to come back and finish it in a minute. But I just want to put in the context of today that we are not making this decision. The government is deciding. The other two have already gone in. Residents haven't been consulted properly. By putting this in, the residents of Gloucester get to be consulted on all three. And I feel that as the county councillors, the councillors for Gloucester, we should give them that opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Patel.
Okay, if I may just ask a question to perhaps the leader as to what consultation has been carried out with the 20 or 21 parishes that you hope to include within the Greater Gloucester model. Thank you.
I think.
Councillor Patel, your question will be answered in turn. Councillor Chambers-Dewis. Councillor Chambers-Dewis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like lots of you in here, I don't think that one unitary is actually going to work. I'm not great at budgets and money type things, but what I can see and what really worries me is, as everyone has said, Gloucestershire is not just one lump of a place. We've got huge diversity. I've had the privilege of working in the Cotswolds, and it's like being in a different planet in comparison to living and working in Gloucestershire, this side of Gloucester. I even called it Gloucestershire. If we become one massive unitary, the problem that we are going to have is that people will think that actually we're all okay. We're not okay. We're very different here in the West. We've got higher levels of deprivation, far higher levels of deprivation. And that's not just in Gloucester, that's in the Forest, it's in Stroud, Dursley. All that side has got big pockets of deprivation. Now, one of the things that really worries me is the fairer funding review. Now, if we're one unitary, we will no doubt, because of the areas of deprivation in the West, get some money under the fairer funding review. However, that is not ring-fenced to be spent on those areas. It will be county-wide. So again, we won't actually be drawing down what we need here in the West. So we need not to be tethered to the Cotswolds. The Cotswolds and Cheltenham can do their own thing, we will do ours. You've also got the problem of larger councils. Your scales of economy, in some respect, are everything. But the issue with it is that when you get too large, again, it doesn't work, just like if it's too small. because you're actually losing that level of service that individual areas need that might be different. Additionally, if you look at council tax, in larger councils and in very small councils, the charge for a Band D property is actually quite considerably higher. So on an average Band D property, in a council, unitary council with more than 500,000 people, was £250 a year higher than the average Band D in the rest of
5 seconds,
the country.
Councillor.
Yeah, we need to think about how this affects us as far as money coming in and diversity being different is. Yeah, East and West,
Thank you.
they're different
Thank
places.
you, Councillor Chambers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hilton, please.
Yeah, can I just respond to Terry's suggestion that nobody's been consulted? Maybe just go back to the timeline where this all started. First of all, there was absolutely no consultation from the city MP, or there was no suggestion in the Labour Party manifesto that Gloucester City Council and all the other districts were going to be abolished. It came as a surprise to everybody on the 16th of December when they made that announcement. Interestingly, on the 9th of January, the County Council approved a letter from Stephen Davis begging the Minister to delay the elections and proposing a single unitary. Elections at the County Council on that basis, they went down to from 28 to 6 on that proposition of a single unitary. Guess who was the agent for all those candidates? Stephanie Chambers. We then, on the 10th of January, had 5 MPs, including Alex McIntyre, who wrote to the Minister proposing 2 unitary model on an east-west split. Absolutely nobody consulted me about that proposal.
Hilton,
on the 31st of January,
Councillor
I issued...
Hilton, could I
just pause for a minute?
Pause for a second. Point of personal explanation, Councillor Stephanie Chambers.
We'll pause your time. Sorry, I mean, others were accusing me of...
Thank you, Mayor. I think whatever I do is in another role, not in this chamber, has nothing to do... No, that is a personal job. And how's that compromised? It was a personal job, separate from any role in this, and I did the admin as the agent and the political and legal admin. Nothing to do with the campaign. So I'd like you to take that back, please.
Thank you. That point of personal explanation is noted. Councillor Hilton, would you like to continue?
Then on the... We had on the 10th of January, 5 members of Parliament, including the 3 Labour members of Parliament, proposed the East-West split. Didn't consult anybody, didn't consult any other leaders. They just proposed it. And then on the 31st of January, I issued a statement calling for the Greater Gloucester area to be included together either in a Greater Gloucester Council we've got or in a larger council. Nobody took that option up with me because the proposal for the East-West split has extremely damaging boundaries for the city of Gloucester. You'd have the nonsense that you'd have part of Longford Lane ruled by Cheltenham and the east of the county, and the other part of Longford Lane being ruled by the western split. You'd also end up, of course, with a £21 million deficit on the west, and you'd have a £21 million surplus on the east. You're creating a poor authority and a rich authority. And what's the real problem is here, and the difficulty of negotiating and talking to the other leaders, they were both determined they were just sticking with those models. Terry was compromised. He had instructions from the Member of Parliament that that's the model they needed to go to. There was no independence. The one thing about the Lib Dems, I made it clear that I was not going to support the East-West split whatsoever on the basis of the boundaries it has at the moment and the ones that are being proposed. It is incredibly damaging to the city of Gloucester, all the areas around the north of the city where we're working on the core strategy beforehand, that's where all the housing is being provided for the City of Gloucester. We have nomination rights in that
It's
area.
time, Councillor Hilton. Thank you. Councillor Sherby.
Thank you. I'd like to think that we're all here, first and foremost, to serve the people of Gloucester, whether that's the rich, the poor, the vulnerable, the important business owners, and to cherish and hold on to the history that we have. That must be front and centre in every decision that we make, ensuring Gloucester remains a great place to live, work and bring up families. But LGR puts all of that at risk. And let's not forget it is being forced upon us, and I do not want it. What we need and what we must ensure is that Gloucester residents come first. Not a county takeover with a mega council and not splitting us into a rich and poor communities. Some of our neighbours that are going for the mega council has called it ours Cloxit, which is a clever play on words, but are massively disrespectful to our city and the residents. Nobody is leaving, we're not getting divorced, but we are being abolished, and so are they. The difference is we're firmly fighting for our residents, and we're unwilling to be screwed with our pants off, unlike our neighbours. That's not our style, and that hasn't been our history. LGR brings big changes, so we do need to get it right. The County Council hasn't done a great job over the years. One mega council will just mean more of the same failures, only now with our services too. Under the Greater Gloucester model, children's services, health, social care will be more targeted, not overstretched by huge geographical areas. Local services will be truly local, run for the people of Gloucester, by the people of Gloucester. The Greater Gloucester model doesn't just deliver better services, it gives a bigger voice to the people of Gloucester. And that, Mr. Mayor, is democracy. I've raised it before, but housing and local connection is critical. The Greater Gloucester model helps protect against more rough sleeping from people out of the area, more homelessness from families and vulnerable people, which would be caused by a mega council, and fewer homes for our local residents. We currently have around 5,000 people on the waiting list. The whole county would be close to 17,000. What happens when you remove controls? One unitary would do that, and it would be an absolute disaster. Thank you.
Councillor Patel.
Mayor, just following up on my question of what consultation has been carried out with the 21 parishes that we want to wipe out to bring it into the Greater Gloucester model. Well, I think the answer is probably very, very little. So we've taken the liberty to ask and contact a few of these parishes and ask them myself. And some of them have responded at very short notice. And I can read it for you while I'm here. Minister Parish Council said, they are under the impression that Tewkesbury Borough Council voted for one unitary. It is disappointing that the views of the Parish Council were not requested by Gloucester City Council. Quedgeley Parish Council oppose the Greater Gloucester proposal or model and don't want the changing in the different boundaries. We've got Brockworth Parish Council have said, been given only 24 hours to give you some feedback. It's wholly unrealistic. If the City Council is genuinely seeking the views of parish councils, then either significantly more notice should be given or the decision should be postponed to allow parishes adequate time to consider the proposals properly. Got Longford Parish Council have said it's difficult for the Parish Council to choose one option over another as there is insufficient information regarding costings of the impact to the parish councils. However, we are not in favour of an east-west split, and most of the Longford parish councillors are cautiously in favour of single unitary authority. We've got another parish council, Huckercote Parish Council, have said we believe we strongly support the single county-wide unitary option. So, just a few examples there that I think is absolutely shocking and outrageous and disgraceful that we want to wipe out 21 parish councils and we haven't formally consulted with them properly. What kind of a process is that? What this leads me to believe that this was all simply a box-ticking exercise by Jeremy Hilton and his administration. It's a box-ticking exercise, it's all a whitewash. It was always going to be, today was always going to be about the Greater Gloucester model from day one, regardless of whatever came in any reports, regardless of the £70,000 spent on consultants' fee, the hundreds of hours spent by the managing director of this council. It's appalling. How can we be here today talking about parish councils and Greater Gloucester model when we haven't consulted with them? What the heck is going on? This is ridiculous and this is outrageous, and that's why this model should not even be considered and voted on today. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Point taken, Councillor Patel. Please try to... Okay. Thank you, Councillor Patel. Please try to calm the mood slightly. Appreciate that you had a point to make, but please just calm it down a little bit.
Mr. Mayor, this is how the people in the parishes around the Gloucester are all feeling at the moment. So I'm just sort of echoing the strength of feeling that there is.
Point noted.
This is not all about Gloucester, but this is also about the parishes around Gloucester.
Councillor Sawyer.
Hiya, me again. Sorry, I ran out of time before. One of the other accusations that we're getting is that we're cutting ourselves off from the rest of the county. Well, that's not true. The report clearly states that why Gloucester is unique to the county and the important role it plays. The rest of the county also plays an important role, but it's much more rural. That comes with our own unique set of needs and challenges. Our proposal works for the whole county by creating 2 streamlined, modern, complementary councils. Our proposal will lead to better services as both authorities will be specialists. I see it more as a Venn diagram. So you've got Gloucester here, specialising in the city, the county specialising in urban, and then you have the crossover in the middle, where we work together on services that make sense. One of the consultees on the one unitary East-West model said, "It is noticeable that there is no county cabinet member with a specific portfolio for rural. 87.5% of the county is classified as rural. Therefore, a specific rural focus would be beneficial." And then we've got to remember the officers in all this as well. We have amazing officers in Gloucester who love Gloucester and have been with us for years. And even though they're overworked and underpaid, they stay because they love Gloucester. What will happen to that amazing talent and knowledge if we become a one unitary, as their jobs will be more under threat? Another criticism is about the finances and what we base our figures on. But let's be realistic here. The PwC report that Labour used to justify LGR has already been disproved. And in reality, this is going to cost us, the county, millions and millions of pounds to implement. And there will be no savings made. So it's irrelevant, really. And even though the one unitary model does seem best on paper, remember the advice that you get when you're doing work on your house: never choose the cheapest quote. And another point is, Jeremy's getting a lot of attacks for holding on to power. What everyone seems to have forgotten is there are going to be elections in 2027 and there'll be a new council formed. So the public will speak and they will decide who they want to run this new council. And as we know, the current climate is more likely to be reform than anyone else. So don't let your feelings for certain members of our administration cloud your judgment. And let's not make this party political. Vote as resident for Gloucester, for the residents of Gloucester. Jeremy's not doing this for himself, but for what he believes is best for Gloucester. And I am glad that we are not just letting others plan our future. So to sum up, the one unitary to me is far too big, too light on detail, and it's not devolution, it's the opposite. The East-West model, while I get where it's coming from, is fundamentally flawed because the West will have the need and the East will have the money, and that will never change. So from day one, we will be £20 million in debt. So I believe that the Greater Gloucester model is the better model for residents of Gloucester.
Yeah.
Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Greater Gloucester model
is it really, quote from Hot Fuzz, for the greater good? We are not London, we are not Manchester, we are a rural county. Despite Gloucester being a city, we need a model to benefit all districts of the county equally and to be financially viable. The East-West model will do exactly this and benefit all members of the community. I agree, we must keep the civics of this city and its brilliant history, but change is needed. It is obvious certain aspects of district councils are not working. Finances are growing short. A bigger split model with, where am I going? Oh my God, would be more sustainable. Gloucester is the heart of the county, with Cheltenham being the capital of the Cotswolds. Imagine Greater Gloucester, right? Shire Hall would be empty. Shire Hall workers bring in a lot of money into Gloucester City at lunchtime. So that would actually impact the city within itself if we had the Greater Gloucester model. And I also feel, as councillors, we have not been consulted at all, and this is a cabinet of no overall control. I also want to reiterate how I don't feel that the residents of the city have been consulted on the Greater Gloucester model. Where's the door knocking? Meetings in the town centre. You get the real answers when you're knocking on the door. You get those real answers from people from all ages. So I don't think the consultation process has been done appropriately. And I also feel that the Greater Gloucester model is a one-man show in which we create bureaucracy rather than convenience for this city and the county in general. I believe this has been quoted by Councillor James, but I'm going to reiterate these words again. No man is an island, but it's Jeremy with his donut model. Thank you.
Can I just quickly remind members that this is not question time? So if a member has a question, it doesn't necessarily mean that the next person will be able to answer that question because we're in a debate format. Just wanted to politely remind members. Councillor Alistair Chambers.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a big problem here in Gloucester, a huge problem, and it comes in the shape of a circle with a hole in the middle. It's called the Greater Gloucester model, the donut. And let me tell you, this donut is the worst idea ever baked in British politics. And here's the best part. Gloucester City Council paid tens of thousands of pounds to a consultant to say the donut was a great idea. But guess what? The consultant said, no, it's not the best option. Even the paid person said no. That's how you know it's terrible. Even when the hired help refuses to lie for you, you know you're finished. Then go around the county. What do all the other Lib Dems say? Lib Dem majority in the county council, they did not even want to hear it. They didn't want to have it even discussed because it's a joke. It's a waste of time and it's pathetic. Everyone's saying it's pathetic. It's got as much structural integrity as a piece of IKEA furniture. The consultation is the next step. 99% said yes to the single authority and only 1% said yes to the donor. That's saying it all. The public do not want this. Who was the 1%? Let me guess. It's probably the 17 Lib Dem councillors sat in this chamber. The council can't even cut grass, can't trim the grass, can't control fly tipping. They're losing hundreds of thousands of pounds this year into the Lib Dems themselves. And you're even putting people in the wrong graves under your watch, Jeremy. Wrong graves, folks, that's not mismanagement, that's a horror movie. Jeremy Hilton wants to run donut. No, raise your point of order number. What point of order number? Well, clarify the point of order number. You can't just say point of order number, you've got to give a number as part of the Constitution.
Councillor Chambers, if you sit down, we'll pause the clock.
Need to know the number.
And we'll hear the point of order from Councillor Dr. Trimnell.
Something that is totally irrelevant and something that is actually quite offensive.
It's noted. It's noted. Please continue, Councillor Chambers.
Just stop the clock a minute, because I've lost 15 seconds there. With people
we stop the clock.
With people raising point of orders that aren't point of orders, they've got to understand with the Constitution. Some people on this side don't even have a clue about the Constitution. It's a joke.
Thank you. Please continue, Councillor Chambers.
So yeah, people are being put into the wrong graves under this watch, and it's absolutely disgusting. It's horrific. That's probably the worst thing this council can do. So how can you manage a unitary when you can't even manage people being buried in the right graves? It's absolutely horrific. It's terrible. It is terrible. You're right. It's absolutely shocking. So it's not right. It is the case.
Councillor Chambers, this is going off topic.
It would have remained on topic with the greatest respect, Mayor. I'm just been interrupted by 4 or 5 people.
Point of clarification, Councillor Hilton.
can I say, Councillor Chambers' constant reference about two events where there was a problems with the placing of people in the graves. That was sorted out. Some of that happened before this administration took place, and we've restructured the whole process. It's not happened again. But what he's doing is damaging the commercial interests of the crematorium service and the crematorium service by constantly making wild claims, which is not the case at all. And this is a sort of attitude which makes it difficult to run this council, because Councillor Chambers exaggerates everything to the nth degree, to the point when it's the point of where it's ridiculous.
That was not in the Constitution. It's not a point of personal explanation. It's a speech.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Please continue with what you were about to say.
Okay, it was under your watch, Jeremy, so stop diverting and stop
Councillor
saying
Chambers,
false
Councillor
information.
Chambers, please stick to what you were about to say.
This administration gets nothing right. Not bins, not budgets, not burials. The survey in here shows that it's the worst for sports, it's the worst for green spaces, and it's the worst for parks. There's nothing professional here at all. You've got no district support, you've got no public support, you've got no financial case, you've got nothing. It's zero, it's dead, it's pathetic. It's a terrible idea. And the County Council laughed you out the room where they wouldn't even discuss this proposal in County Council. The Lib Dem administration would not even discuss it. And the people that abstained were all Lib Dems from Gloucester. The 20 plus Lib Dems, the 20 plus Lib Dems thought it was a joke, and they did not even want to hear it, because it is a joke. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely pathetic. Not a point of explanation.
Councillor Chambers, please sit. We'll listen to the point of personal explanation.
Chambers wasn't even in the council chamber when we voted at council. He didn't hear the debate. He was off abroad.
Another non-standard, another non-point of order.
Point noted, Councillor Hilton.
With great respect,
Councillor Chambers, please
you've got
continue.
to stick to the Constitution, and you've got to raise points of orders as per the numbers. It's going to a laughing stock. So the point is, Jeremy's been councillor since the 1980s. Some of you here weren't even born then. And for 40 years, he's been trying to be leader. He's finally got his way, and it's slipping away. The rug's been yanked, the chair's wobbling, the door's closing, the lights are going out. So what does he do? He holds onto the donut like it's a flotation device, and he's in the Titanic. He puts himself first. Not for the city, not for the county, not for the taxpayers, just for himself. That's not leadership. That's desperation. That's ego. That's a man clinging to power.
Councillor Chambers. Councillor Chambers, please sit.
Right. Okay.
Can I please remind members not to have any personal attacks against other members? Let's stick to the debate points and not make it personal from now on, please.
Yes,
we don't want people naming and shaming other people. It's not fair. That's not part of what the debate should be about. You have 15 seconds to continue, Councillor Chambers.
With respect, let's carry that on with everyone in the room then. This city deserves leaderships, competence, a model that works, not a stale donut dreamed up for political survival.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Councillor James.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of quick points to make. One is that Councillor Hilton indicated that he thought the Labour group were being dictated to as to which way they voted. I have to say that we've had many conversations with all members of our party, be they MPs or councillors, and come to these conclusions independently and collectively. And the other point I'd like to make is that Mr. Hilton does keep saying that 3 MPs wrote a letter to the Secretary of State without consultation. It was actually 5 MPs and 2 of them were Liberal Democrats.
Councillor Stephanie Chambers.
Thank you, Mayor. And could I know you made a point about personal attacks, but you didn't remind the leader when he did it to me, so it would be good to be fair. So The leader here mentioned something about communication in one of the questions earlier. Now, I feel, speaking to other people all around the county and in other districts, that no matter what happens to Gloucester, it's not moving, it's not going anywhere. It's going to be surrounded by all these other districts and whatever unitary authority it becomes. And actually, we've become a bit of a pariah in that now, and a bit of a laughingstock in relation to this, the donut idea. He said the communication's going to get better with the Lib Dem administration on the county now that they run it. If that's the case, I don't understand why some members of that administration have to communicate to that cabinet, the Lib Dem cabinet, through the press, if you've got a better communication now. So that was a little bit difficult to understand there. In regards to the finances of all these proposals here, the criteria clearly states, and it hasn't changed in any of the letters or the ministerial comments, that each proposed new authority must demonstrate it will be financially sustainable. Now, the Greater Gloucester model, nobody knows, because you have not demonstrated that in any way. You have combined the financial figures, so nobody knows. Is the Greater Gloucestershire model going to be financially sustainable? Now, the figures show that that is probably likely the case if you look at the East and West. And actually, Gloucester is likely to be in deficit from day one. Well, I'd like to know how you would come to that conclusion when the report does not provide those figures. You have not followed the criteria, and it does not show how each authority is going to be financially sustainable. There was other comments being made across the chamber, and it mentioned that Gloucester has a younger demographic compared and the others older. What happened to working together and living together? I'm sure officers are quite capable of working and understanding the needs of a young person and of an old person. There were talks about cultures in different areas of the city, in the Forest, in Stroud. Yeah, we all share different cultures. And just because I live in Gloucester doesn't mean I have the same culture as somebody living next door to me. We're all different people. What happened to mixed communities? We talk about social services, that's been mentioned several times. Social services, if Gloucester has the higher need, is going to be in absolute severe detriment, because at the moment it is supported by council taxpayers around the county. And I've got an email from the Section 151 officer at the county that proves that, because I've been told over and over again, no, it's done by funding. That isn't the case. Our children, the most vulnerable in the city, are being at a severe detriment under this model.
Thank you, Councillor Stephanie Chambers. I just want to make a point that earlier when Councillor Hilton mentioned your name and you asked for a point of personal explanation, I did ask him to sit and I did listen to that and I did note that. Thank you. Councillor Radley.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question. My question is for officers. Is it possible to have an estimate of how much parishing, that the cost of parishing Gloucester will be, and how much the additional precept potentially would be to the people of Gloucester, because this is an additional tax for the residents of Gloucester and Cheltenham, because it's not something we currently pay unless you are in Quedgeley, where they are already parished. And I was wondering how that had been factored in to all of the financial planning. Thank you.
Head of Paid Services has agreed to answer this question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, the answer is that it can't calculate a single figure, because it depends what functions and powers are devolved to any subsequent parish, and that would be a matter for shadow authorities with any new parish council that was created. So if a new parish council was going to take on highways responsibilities, or if it was just allotments, there would be a huge difference in the amount of precept that parish council would seek to raise. So I can't give you a single answer, I'm afraid, because it first of all, it depends on whether or not there was an agreement, a decision by the Secretary of State to create a new parish. And secondly, it would then be a subject of negotiation between the new shadow unitary or unitaries and the parish or parishes as to what functions and powers would be devolved, and therefore those parishes would then need to raise an appropriate precept. So it's not a question that can be answered with a single figure, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Councillor Hilton.
Just wanted to respond to Sarge's comments because he made some points and nobody's really answered them. First of all, we're not planning to wipe out the parish councils that surround the city. They will still exist as they would under any other model, and they would have a seat at the table of a committee of parish councils that would operate under the Great Gloucester model. Bearing in mind that they have about 21 parishes, or maybe 22, I can't remember the exact number now, they would have greater influence over the Greater Gloucester Unitary Council than they would under the East-West split or the single unitary. And under single unitary, there would be 240 parish councils. Nobody's going to listen to the parish councils. I've been on the county council for years. Nobody listens to them that much at all. Now, the church down in Brockworth and Upton St Leonard's and Hardwick and Longford and Innsworth, they will all have a bigger stake in what happens in the local authority if we have the Greater Gloucester model. We did have a session in this chamber. Councillor Chambers tried to gate crash it. Alistair Chambers, by the way. When we had a number of the parishes here, where we had workshops and listened to what they had to say. In actual fact,
Councillor
positive that we've added.
Councillor Hilton, please sit. Councillor Chambers would like to raise a point of personal explanation.
15.14, put personal explanation. I didn't gate crash it. I asked the head of page service if I could attend, and he said no, it wasn't for councillors. But I remember that meeting where Churcham said they wanted absolutely nothing to do with the Great Gloucester model, and so did several other parishes. I remember that meeting, yeah.
Okay, that's been noted. Thank you. Councillor Hilton, please continue.
So they would have more space. The other interesting thing about the analogy that I've got from, I used to live in Churchtown for a number of years, and in my teenage years, I did this evening papers, and I lived in the end nearer Cheltenham. Guess how many echoes I distributed? About 10%, 90% of the newspapers that I used to deliver were the Gloucester Citizen. People in Churchtown were interested in what happened in Gloucester. It was their city. They weren't interested, very few of them were interested in what happened in Cheltenham. That shows the allegiance and the community that's there in Churchtown. It's part of the social economic fabric of the Gloucester area. And the point about the Greater Gloucester model, it brings all those areas together under one local authority. The East-West split doesn't. It creates a situation a bit like what they had in Berlin when the Berlin Wall was there, dividing a city between two halves, or smaller half, a smaller chunk, but it would be 40,000 extra people that would move into the Greater Gloucester area than we have on our local authority now. And that's before the developments that we know are going to take place. So there's lots of developments that are going to take place, probably taking up the Greater Gloucester Council to about 210,000, I would have thought, within about 15 to 20 years.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you. I don't have anything personally to say to this debate, but I would just like to say something and like to correct something that has been voiced several times this evening, and that is the Gloucestershire's County Council's Children's Services has been judged as good and has elements of excellent in it in the last Ofsted, and I feel that it should be said and applauded all the hard work they have done.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Conda.
Thank you very much. I lived in the Forest of Dean for 10 years, and I can tell you that in some areas of the forest, Gloucester seems 1,000 miles away. Many people in the west of the forest will send their children to Welsh schools, I believe. Health services often are provided from the Welsh side of the border. I think Welsh people also come into England for health services. Gloucester is, for some people, very remote. In the area around Tainton, Tiverton, I have friends who live there. They really dissociate themselves from the forest. They see themselves as part of the Vale, probably looking more towards Tewkesbury or towards Gloucester. And I think it's hugely significant that the forest are trying to pretend that this whole exercise is not happening and not involving them. People have poo-pooed the idea of a greater Gloucester, but other historic cities are also considering that as well as an option. Leicester, for example, Norwich, Canterbury, I think, and Exeter. So we are not unique in that. So it's not unreasonable to put it forward as a suggestion. Thank you.
Councillor Harries.
Thank you, Chair. It's quite clear that the one unitary proposal is way too big. It's massive. Now, prior to joining this council, I was a parish councillor on Quedgley Town Council, and I found that worked well. It was a small council, it was focused, there wasn't much bickering, people got stuff done. Come to this council, and it just seems every meeting there's arguments, and it's just endless waffle about making statements, and it's embarrassing. Now, there's 39 of us in this council. In one mega council, there would be 110 councillors. Could you imagine how long those meetings would be and how ineffective they would be? So it's clear that whatever happens, there needs to be 2 councils. Now, the east-west split, it just doesn't make sense to me. It just screams of gerrymandering. It just doesn't make sense with the north of Gloucester City, where the boundaries lie. It just doesn't make good sense. The Greater Gloucester model does make good sense. You've got a very urban-focused council that will be focused on urban issues. And then the rest of the county is a very rural area, so they can focus on more rural issues. The issues of Gloucester and surrounding areas are very different to the issues of the rest of the county. It just makes clear sense. Now, if we were to go with one unitary or an east-west split, we would end up having the city of Gloucester and Cheltenham being parished. Now, that would just end up being Gloucester City Council 2.0. It's pointless. And nobody's really looked into how much it will actually cost taxpayers. In Quedgley, we pay for bandies about an extra £45 a year in council tax. Now, loads of people complain, well, why am I paying that? But I think Quedgley Town Council do a really good job. But for a parish for the city of Gloucester is going to end up having a lot more responsibilities than Quedgley Town Council likely does. So the precept for a parish city of Gloucester Council is going to be huge. And nobody's even thinking about that at the moment. And we talk about how the public haven't been consulted. Well, they weren't consulted much on the one unitary. The Conservatives fought an election on it, and they lost massively. The east-west split was just gerrymandered up by the MPs.
Thank you, Councillor Harries.
What we're actually voting for is recommending it to the government so they can consult on it and actually get the views of the people.
Thank you, Councillor Harries. Thank you. Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Greater Gloucester model is Councillor Hilton's own idea, and we all know that now. And if we don't, we should. And it's his own idea to hold on to power. And that's why he has ploughed on with this proposal without the Democratic Cross-Party mandate.
Councillor Patel, could you refrain from the personal attacks? Councillor Hilton, would you like to make a point of personal explanation?
I'm really getting fed up with suggestions that this is some personal ambition or anything like that. My concern has always been about the future of the city, and there are people on the opposite benches who want to get rid of a council for Gloucester forevermore and just leave us with a parish council that does a bit of cleaning, a bit of that, and nothing else. The city will be diminished, and we will be run from outside the city by the county set.
Thank you.
My concern is about the future of Gloucester. I don't intend to be on that council for years.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton.
I'm of the age where I'll be retiring from politics at some point.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Point noted. Thank you. Councillor Patel. The clock was stopped. The clock can start again.
Chair, with respect, if I can start again at my time from the beginning, if I may, if that's okay? Because he's interrupting me and Councillor Hilton has done his own speech.
The clock is still stopped. We may continue.
Okay, right, okay, thank you. Well, if I may continue, from the go, this has been a box-ticking exercise and a complete whitewash. Councillor Hilton has not listened to anyone else's view. These members, the public out there, the parish councils, and he's just ploughed on. He even hired a spin doctor at the cost of approximately £35,000 at taxpayers' expense to try and convince the people of Gloucester that his idea, donor proposal, is the best of the three options. How many members in this chamber have even met this spin doctor? Anyone? Anyone on this side of the chamber? No. Right. And then this council has spent...
Councillor Patel, please take a seat. Point of personal explanation.
No spin doctor has been employed.
Noted, Councillor Hilton.
Establishment of our communication team is 1.4 persons, and we're spending less than we did when we hired the county council to do it for us.
That's noted. Thank you. Councillor Patel, please start the clock.
That's not transparency. That's not openness. That's not even fair. And this council spent a further £70,000 and hundreds of hours of officer time at a time when we all know how stretched council officers are with huge backlogs of work. This Greater Gloucester model is not the people's proposal. It's not the people's model. It's Councillor Hilton's proposal and his model. Why? To hold on to power. A bit like dictators do, you know?
Councillor Patel, that's pretty unacceptable. Please continue, but refrain from personal attacks.
Councillor Hilton has proceeded with this without almost non-existent engagement with 21 parishes, with the city councillors, and he talked about Greater Gloucester having greater influence and bigger stakes for the parishes. What are we talking about? Greater influence? They've got no influence. You haven't even consulted with them properly. You had one meeting in July, about 4 months ago. Since then, zero. There's been no consultation. It's preposterous. And he talked about delivering 90% of the echo during his paper rounds. Well, guess what? 91% of the public support single unitary. And one of the UK's most respected and experienced local government leader with 47 years service, Theresa Grant, OBE, commented that the Greater Gloucester model would lead to fragmented services, stretched leadership, and cost more to deliver, with residents paying the price with higher council tax and poorer services. So, bottom line is, there's no need for two separate councils. We need to stop the duplication, stop the high transition costs, and stop the wastage. We are here to deliver for the people of Gloucester and Gloucestershire and provide value for money, ensure maximum efficiency, experience and expertise, protecting frontline frontline services and enhancing them. One county, one council, one voice. You talked about things not being working. Well, Gloucestershire Highways works perfectly well. I've had 30 roads. I've had 30 roads.
Thank you, Councillor Patel.
Resurfaced in 14 years. You can laugh as much as you like.
Thank you, Councillor Patel.
Social services.
Councillor Patel. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Patel. Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor 545. And speaking as Mayor 544, we are the latest in a long line of Gloucester mayors dating back to 1483, when the elected role was bestowed upon the city by Richard III, long before parliamentary party politics, as we know it, had even been thought of. After the Siege of Gloucester in 1643, a mayor intervened to save our cathedral from destruction, and throughout 5 centuries has been a constant presence in Gloucester's identity and heritage. The mayor has always been there, and of course the sheriff as well. So it's of some concern that there's maybe a potential that politics could take something away from our city that was bestowed upon us by the king, by the crown. So I was going to ask the chamber, what assurances do we have in all these models that the civics will prevail, please? Thank you.
Please wait a moment. Okay, Head of Paid Services will try to answer that question.
So what happens in situations like this, or what has happened in the past with LGR situations like this in terms of civic functions, is there are generally 2 solutions to the issue. The first is if the city parishes, then there can be a statutory change order which moves the functions and rights of the mayor and sheriff and any other civic rights to the parish council of the city of Gloucester, if that were to be created. The second one, and the one I was just trying to look for in my laptop but haven't found, but there is a piece of legislation called something like the Transfer of Functions and Responsibilities 2012. I sent Councillor Gravels a copy of this a week ago, and basically that permits for the transfer of civic functions and powers to what are known as charter trustees, which will be a group of individuals nominated to protect the civic functions on an ongoing basis. So there are ways in which the civic functions of the city can be protected, either through transfer to a parish or transfer to a group of individuals known as charter trustees.
Councillor Stephanie Chambers.
Thank you, Mayor. The one thing that I've noted in the Greater Gloucester model is how it's going to affect the most vulnerable in our society. That is whether it's children's social care or adults' social care, because these are funded by the Greater Gloucestershire area, and having more of a deprivation within this city, we won't be able to fund this ourselves. One big issue, and this is a nationwide issue, is the issue of SEND services. Now, being the parent of a child with additional needs, this is something very close to my heart. The whole country is in crisis with this. Gloucestershire County Council are not failing any more than any other authority, but they're in £78 million worth of deficit, and they are forming part of a group to look for fairer funding, part of the F40 group. But one of the biggest issues isn't just funding in relation to this issue. The bigger issue, from talking to lots of experts and doing research, academic research, is the skills shortages. There is such a detriment of skills shortages, such as educational psychologists, specialist teachers, and SEND caseworkers, to get through the backlog and the ECHP cases and work. In a Greater Gloucester model, this is only going to make the issue so much worse. In a wider Gloucestershire, you can share the expertise. You can get the biggest and best experts all working around Gloucestershire If you're just looking at a small unitary of 178,000 population, let alone this end population, you're never going to get in those experts, and we'll be at the bottom of the list for buying in those services, because everybody else is working together. And our children, our vulnerable SEND children, are going to get left behind even more.
Councillor Alistair Chambers.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like Jeremy Hilton to apologise for liking the Berlin Wall with the east and west boundary change. I think that's highly offensive. And to have family members that were within the Russian side of the Berlin Wall during the period 1969 onwards, I think it's disgusting that was even alike when 136 to 245 people have been killed as a direct result of the Berlin Wall. So yeah, with regards to parishes, you can see the parish map here of the Greater Gloucester model. Churchill wanted out straight away, didn't even want to entertain it. Get us out of here. Don't want anything to do with the donut. Minsterworth then gone as well. Quedgley, we had a council mentioning Quedgley about how great Quedgley was. Well, they don't want in, they want out. Even put it in an email. Brockworth want nothing to do with it whatsoever. And Hucklecote have even gone to the effort of writing a nice letter about how rubbish it is and how they want to be a single authority, unitary. And you didn't know how many parish councils there is. There's actually 21. So I just thought I'd let you know, Jeremy, because you really should know how many parish councils are going to be in your Greater Gloucester model. It's a bit worrying that you didn't know. It's 21. I just counted them all. He didn't know a minute ago. He did say. I'll refer you to the.
Thank you. No need to debate. We're not in debate.
Yeah. Again, Mayor, please can you take control of the meeting? I'm being constantly interrupted, and I don't see anything.
I'm allowing debate, but if things get a bit too hot, I'll calm things down. Thank you. Please continue.
Businesses contacted. So you've got the police letter here. They want a single authority. Gloucestershire Constabulary, they don't want anything to do with the Greater Gloucester model. I think it's absolutely rubbish. Gloucestershire Diocese want a single authority. Cybertech Group, one of the biggest groups in one of the main employers, they want a single authority. Education directors, they want a single authority. Gloucestershire Campus, they want a single authority. Business Director and Environment Group, they want for Gloucestershire, they want a single authority. And the BSc Strategic Partnership, they want a single authority. Not only that, you've got also the parishes, the other colleges, South Gloucestershire, Stroud College, Cirencester. You've also got the Gloucestershire Association of Primary School Teachers, all wanting a single authority. None of them, not one, have asked for a Greater Gloucester model, not one. They all think it's a terrible model. One of the worst models out there. I think they even said East and West was better. It is literally, I think it's scored the worst. Pretty sad it's scored so poorly, really. With regards to the spin doctor, I appreciate one wasn't employed, but there's only reason we found out, we saw the advert, we found out you're employing a spin doctor, and it got stopped, it got quashed straight away. I did mention your name, Jeremy. I said as in you, as in administration. And with regards to highways, I get your point, Councillor Patel. I think you've had the most roads resurfaced, 30 plus. You've done a fantastic job, and I think you've reported the most here to help out of everyone here. More than about 20, 30 councillors put together. So thank you very much for your dedication, the work you do in the city, and you put to shame a lot of the administration. Thank you very much, Sarge.
Councillor Pullen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I echo the comments that Councillor Campbell made earlier about civics? It's absolutely important that whatever the outcome of this discussion and debate this evening, that we preserve the history, the culture of the city and the role of our civics. I wanted to come back to Councillor Hilton. I did say you'd handled this shoddily. I meant it. It hasn't been delivered democratically. We called a motion in front of council back in July to bring Greater Gloucester local government reorganisation to a full meeting of the council, to give all members the opportunity to discuss the implications of Greater Gloucester, to decide if Greater Gloucester proposal had the full support of the council. This was back in July. And to decide whether or not to develop and submit the Greater Gloucester proposal to the government. What happened? that was not implemented in full, despite protestations from across this chamber. And that is why I'm saying, Councillor Hilton, you have not acted democratically. You're in no overall control. You didn't fully consult and involve every member of this council at that stage. Thank you.
Councillor Harries.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of talk about how much saying how much support and collaboration there has been, or communication about these different plans. But let's not forget, single unitary, that was just proposed and tried to stop an election to force that through. The split county was made by the MPs. What communication was there with any of us? None. This has been developed by this council to try and put this council's best interests at heart. Now, I think we're forgetting as well what the kind of point of what we're discussing here is. The unitary is already been put forward to government. The split has already been put forward to government. What we're here to do is decide, what we should be deciding is, do we support this enough to put it forward to the government for consideration? Now, all this about where have the people been consulted, the public have had some consultation, but not enough. If we support this, send it to the government, they might like it and want to consult on it, they might not. The government's going to do whatever the government wants. But if we put it forward to the government, at least then there's the opportunity for the people of our city to then have more of a voice in that wider consultation to say, I like this idea, I don't like this idea. At this point, if we don't support the Greater Gloucester model tonight and it doesn't get sent, then what's going to happen to all the residents that may lose out on some of the extra funding that we're more generous than other areas of the county? What about all the residents that really like this model? Are we really going to turn around to them and say, no, I didn't even want you to have the opportunity to be able to consult on it? Where is their voice? We should support this to get it sent to the government, and if it gets supported, if it doesn't, okay. But we should at least give it the opportunity so that people across our city, and we're here to represent our city, we're all here elected for Gloucester. So we should support this plan because it works for Gloucester and it works for the rest of the county as well. You've got a council focused on urban issues, a council focused on rural issues. It'll be more efficient than a mega council. It won't have the issues of the stupid split one. It just makes sense. We should just get behind it, support it, get it sent to government. And if you don't like it, fine, in the consultation, when it's gone through government, have your opinion then. But we should at least put it forward for consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Harries. Councillor Conda.
Thank you. Councillor Hilton and I met our MP, Alex McIntyre, in Roots Cafe a few weeks ago. And he told, the MP told me that with the East-West split, we would be able to apply for more grants for Gloucester because we have greater need. So I asked him, during the Teams meeting that we had on finance, about grants, and the response, because it wasn't a verbal question, it was in the chat. The response was, I'm assuming you mean the fairer funding formula. So I emailed the MP and said, did he mean that? Did he mean other grants? And I was surprised. He said a number of government formulas is what he was referring to. For example, local government and education, who use upper authority deprivation levels as part of the calculation, and that would include the fairer funding assessments. So I felt after that a bit misled because to me grants are not funding formulas. Am I right or wrong? Because grants are extra, I think, in my mind. So I felt a bit misled by the MP at that point. Maybe others can enlighten me. Thank you.
Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've heard this evening that Gloucester City Council is the worst council for this, it's the worst council for that. We've heard some very personal attacks on individuals, on their character, on their motivations. These are not facts, these are opinions. But I think there's one thing that can't be disputed, which is that this council is the worst for toxic behaviour in the council chambers. And I think regardless of what you think about this council or about this administration, this council will be abolished and it's going to be replaced with whatever comes next. So all of these defamatory accusations that are being made about the administration, about the council, about individuals are really quite irrelevant to this debate, because there's no suggestion that everybody who's here today will still be here in whatever replaces this local authority. I do hope, though, that whatever model does come next, we will see an end to this spiteful and vindictive behaviour that we continue to see from various places in the chamber. And perhaps instead of doing down our city just to make political attacks on people for their own political motivations, that maybe the new elected councillors will more vocally appreciate and support the things that our city should be proud of. Otherwise, we're just going to see this behaviour continue and the whole county, or whatever split it is, the whole area, unitary, being torn down by a few individuals with loud voices who are more interested in spreading hate than they are in collaborating to improve our city and country for the and county for the benefit of our residents. But back to the subject at hand.
That's
No, it's okay. She's got another minute.
Am I allowed to continue?
okay. 1 more minute.
Okay. As regards which option is preferable for and better for our residents, we've all often heard from time to time, bigger is not always better. And I think maybe our county council is not a good example of how a larger authority is necessarily more efficient. And I think if a local authority gets even bigger, it's going to become even less efficient. We'll see things like decision-making start to become problematic. My dad would describe it as trying to turn a tank around in a canal. He uses a lot of boating analogies. And I also think, coming back to something that Councillor Chambers mentioned earlier about bigger unitaries being able to sustain financial shocks, again, I don't think Birmingham Unitary Council is a very good example of that, so I don't think it necessarily stands. For me, I think it has to be 2 unitaries. The split of urban-rural makes more sense to me, which is why I'll be supporting the Greater Gloucester option. But to me, if we're putting 2 options forward to government, it would be the 2 split
Thank you,
ones.
Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Vidaholt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not born and bred in Gloucester. I actually chose to live here, having lived elsewhere. I think that says a lot about the city. People choose to come to the city of Gloucester and live here. And our parishes are already part of our community. Many of the pupils of Barnwood and Hucklecote go to Churchtown to go to school, because there aren't any schools in that part of the city. And then looking at highways, I am quite appalled by the comment that was made earlier. The vandalism that highways have caused in the city of Gloucester recently is what is going to continue if we have a single unitary authority making decisions for our city. We cannot allow that to happen, which is why I will support the Greater Gloucester model. Thank you.
Councillor Sawyer.
Just want to come back on a few things that have been said today. One, that we've been spending lots of money on this proposal. We spent £70,000, of which I think we're getting all of it back, Declan. I think the county have spent, county have spent 500,000, have they, on theirs, and they're not getting theirs back. You talk about resources. We didn't ask for this. This has been put upon us. And it could have been avoided if the one unitary model actually discussed Gloucester and gave us the respect that we deserve, if it actually consulted with us about what the future of Gloucester would look like, and if they included that in their report, we might not have needed this report. You talk, Councillor Patel saying that we're not consulting with parishes. We have consulted with parishes. You've got people saying we're not consulting with residents, and you've got people saying 1% support it. In reality, there's just been a light touch of consultation with residents, and government will consult with residents when we've submitted the applications. Can we stop the personal attacks on Jeremy? We're discussing a report in front of us today, which officers have written, and can I remind you that elections are happening, and I do like your vote of confidence that you think that we will be running the new council. Councillor Terry Pullen read out his motion and claimed that we're not respecting that motion and doing what it says, but that's what today is. The report wasn't ready until this council meeting. This is the first council meeting that we could have this discussion. We are having an open discussion today. We are letting everyone have their say. That's exactly what you asked for in your motion, and we could not have done it until today because the report wasn't ready. And I know there's a lot of baseless facts going on, and we'd have had even more if we hadn't got the report in front of us. Richard Graham, the ex-MP, has come out and said he doesn't support the one unitary or the East-West. And I think it shows the new MP how little he understands local government if he supports the East-West split that divides the city, and it will start us off in a massive deficit on day one. So, and we talked about highways. I'm not sure where Sarge is coming from, but residents in Long Levens and other parts of the city have been waiting for years for things like double yellow lines to make their roads safe. When I joined the county council, I investigated this, and I spoke to officers, and they told me...
Councillor Sawyer, please sit. Point of personal explanation from Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to point out and clarify that where I'm coming from with regard to highways is I've had over 30 roads, 30, in my roads resurfaced since 2009, 2010. So I'm very happy with the service that's been provided by Gloucestershire County Council Highways team for Barton and Treadworth. Thank you very much.
That's noted. Thank you. Councillor Sawyer, please continue.
So I'll carry on. Officer told me that developer-led developments and county-wide developments get preference over our council requests, and we are the bottom of the pile. And those developments aren't happening in Gloucester, they're happening in the rest of the county. So if we had our own highways budget, we could spend it on fixing our roads, our pavements, and making our city safer. So can I remind everyone that we're not making the final decision today. And if it's rubbish as you say it is, then the government will throw it out. You know, all we're asking is that we can put it forward. And if anything, I hope it highlights to the government the importance. We've laid it out, we've laid it bare, how important this city is, this county. With a beating heart, where the economic growth trickles out. We've got all the services here, we've got everything going on here, and we can't just be one of many parishes in a big unitary.
Councillor Gravels.
Well, I've tried to stay quiet for so long, it's never happened before. So the difficult thing for the people opposite is that their colleagues at Shire Hall, the Lib Dem colleagues at Shire Hall, had no desire at all to support the Greater Gloucestershire scheme, the donut scheme. Last week at County Council, cabinet member after cabinet member, you can shake your head, but you are absolutely totally divided as a party. You have no agreed opinion on the future shape of local government. And I'm suggesting that you think about why your colleagues in the cabinet at Shire Hall decided not even to put this proposal on the agenda, on the papers. They could see it's flawed, we see it's flawed, and that's why a lot of us hope that everybody will vote for the One Gloucester scheme, because that offers the best advantages for everybody in Gloucester, regardless of all of the issues that define us. Just in picking up the issue from Lorraine about the survival of the civic officers, that really shouldn't be any doubt. And I've been talking to the Chief Exec and to the monitoring officer in my group about bringing a motion to the January Council, which we hope you will support, which will ensure that legislation is used to ensure that the ancient office, the most ancient office of sheriff and the lesser ancient office of mayor is able to continue without any breaks at all. So my advice, my plea to you is just think before you vote. Why on earth are you so diametrically opposed to the line that your colleagues at Shire Hall took? They could see that it was flawed, this was flawed, that there were shortcomings, that it was not in the best interest, to the extent that they wouldn't even put it on the agenda. What is it they could see that you are blinkered and you cannot see? Maybe your influence, I don't want to make this personal, but maybe you are very influenced, particularly you members, by the oratory of Jeremy, and that's why, sorry, you don't pull faces, you make me laugh, but that is why I think you should just really think long and hard. Why did they at Shire Hall think it was right, and we're presumably are not going to support? One more last thing. When we take the vote, Mr. Mayor, presumably we will vote on the three options, and then the vote will be those in favour, those against. That's how we did it at the County Council.
No.
So, well, hang about. If this is democracy, let me finish before you interrupt me, with respect. If this is democracy, presumably we'll vote those in favour, those against. Easy peasy. That's what democracy is. To not allow a vote against is sending out, seriously, the bad message from this council, soon to disappear.
Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier, I asked, Mr. Mayor, apologies. Earlier, I asked a question about consultation with the parishes. I think we've kind of got the answer, haven't we? That there was one consultation in July, early start of July of this year, which was an informal consultation exercise, and there has been no other consultation since. That's what I'm guessing, because I'm still waiting for a proper answer nearly an hour later to my question. Councillor Courtney talks about collaboration. Collaboration is a two-way street. What we've experienced here on this side of the chamber and over there perhaps, there isn't any collaboration. Administration is not collaborating with us. We have to challenge and ask for things and demand things when we're not getting it. And that's not how the council should work. I've said this previously at another meeting. And I'm saying it again, and it's starting to happen again, where reports are coming through where issues have been signed off by senior management, and we didn't know anything about it. And that shouldn't be happening. And Councillor Sawyer talks about baseless facts. But quite frankly, we've said a lot of facts here today, but what it is, you don't like to hear the facts. That's the reality. And when you don't like to hear the facts, you come back and attack and say this is personal, that's personal attacks. It's not, with due respect, it isn't. But that's your defence, because that's the easy option. And why I want one's unitary, and I'll say it again, is because we'll have a bigger pool of money for this city and this county. The county council, you say they will get more respect as Gloucester, Greater Gloucester model. No. We get respect now. There's a lot of respect. So, for example, when a constituent contacts me about children's services or adult care, I pick up the phone, I get in touch with the county council, and fair play to them, they're onto it very, very quickly. Hats off to them. They provide a really good, efficient, solid service to our constituents out there. And you talk about libraries. I mean, who's saying libraries are not working in Gloucester under the county council? Working fantastically. We've got a new library at the university in the centre, in the heart of Gloucester. Foster caring, send children, send school children with disabilities, school transport, etc. That's all working. And all that needs to happen is that those models need to be replicated with issues such as planning, licensing, and several others. It's not hard. It's not rocket science. So one single unitary works and one county council works. So why change that? And the final point I wanted to make was Councillor Hilson said he spoke to people in the Eastgate shopping centre, many of them who were in favour of the Greater Gloucester model.
Thank you, Councillor Patel.
We've had the opposite here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Radley.
Thank you, Mayor. When I started being a councillor, I learned a new word, and it's coming back, coterminous. A lot of the discussion that we've got is around the boundary of Gloucestershire as we know it. This is a fluid thing. It has changed many times. I mentioned South Gloucestershire and Stroud College. At the time, it was considered revolutionary because it crossed a boundary. Gloucester, Stroud in Gloucestershire, started working with colleges in Bristol. They became the same college. So some boundaries are meaningless. We have our police service. Well, it's highly likely, the way things are rolling, that the police service in Gloucestershire won't just be Gloucestershire Police in the near to foreseeable future. We are looking at the way that mayoral authorities are coming our way and the way that they are going to be shifting and changing the map. If we have a strong voice for Gloucester, a greater Gloucester, then there's a higher likelihood that we might have a stronger voice as part of that mayoral authority. Just because things have been done on a Gloucestershire footprint doesn't mean they're going to stay that way. And we need to think more flexibly. We look at the ICB. They're already clustering, to use their phrase, and they're rolling into sort of the South Gloucestershire area. They're looking that way. So we also have to have the flexibility of thinking, not to just be locked into what we currently see around us, but how might it work better? Now, again, I really believe that a single unitary is just too complex, too big. In a role that I had, I spent a lot of time working with people in the county council. It was not unusual for them to do no work because they couldn't get into their laptop, because the county council, as such an important authority, deals with life and death decisions. It needs an incredibly strong system. It broke. They couldn't work. So imagine that complexity, and the district councils rolled in. The idea that you'd need less of a management structure doesn't seem to hold any weight. What we need is something that works. What the people I talk to in Gloucester talk about is, well, just get stuff done. They don't really care about how we structure it. They want us to have an emphasis on function and deliverability. And I think we need something which is small enough to be nimble, but have enough oomph that it can do what we ask it to do. And I genuinely believe that that is Greater Gloucester. I would also just like to mention, I'll be very, very quick, that Reverend Dr. John is a Methodist minister and is not an Anglican, as was previously mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Redley. Councillor James.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things I wanted to clarify. Earlier on, I listened very carefully to what Councillor Harries was saying, and he said that we must make a decision tonight that is in the best interests of this council. Respectfully, I suggest that it should be in the best interest of the residents of Gloucester and Gloucestershire. And secondly, I would like to address the point that Councillor Conda made. The MP, in fact, did not mention the word grants in that conversation at all, which was the explanation that we sent back to her earlier this week. Thank you.
Councillor Hilton.
Just wanted to comment again, really, to respond, first of all, to the point that Lorraine mentioned and her concern about the future of the civics. You know, we know that we've had a council for 482 years, isn't it? It's around 500 years. And that we've had, we've seen the throne in the cathedral, and that was the city council that argued for the retention of the abbey, which became the cathedral. The Greater Gloucester model almost certainly enables for the mayor and sheriff of the city of Gloucester to continue. They would naturally become, in my view, the next chair and vice chair of a new unitary authority. And their status would be so much better and greater because they would be the mayor and sheriff of a population of 200,000 with a budgets in hundreds of millions of pounds, overseeing the whole Greater Gloucester area. The alternative is if we get the single unitary model or the split unitary model, that the City of Gloucester will have to parish. We made it clear in the Greater Gloucester model we do not think the current city needs to parish. So the only way we can then really deal with the mayor and sheriff is the proposals made by the managing director. But the likelihood is that we'd have to have a parish council, and what powers it has will be a lot less than its local authority, and you really be the chair and vice chair of a council that does very little at all, and be the mayor and sheriff. So the status of the mayor and sheriff under the Greater Gloucester model would be enhanced in this model. In the other models, it would be diminished. And that's the key point. Stephanie Chambers talks about fair funding. One of the things that's going to happen is the West of England Combined Authority is the most likely one to join. It's more likely that the mayor of the West of England Combined Authority would accept us because of the two authority model, and we'd be the same size as Bath. But what we would have, the City of Gloucester, because a lot of money will be funneled through the directly elected mayor of the combined authority, would be funneled through there, and we'd have a seat at the table arguing for the city. Nobody else would be arguing for the city. In the other two authorities, we'd be having to compromise with the rest of the county before we argued for the city. In this one, we could argue for the Greater Gloucester model and argue for our community to get the best deal from the elected mayor of that combined authority, whether it's Wecker or whether it's Hereford and Worcestershire.
Councillor Dr. Trimnell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to correct one thing which Councillor Karen James said about the grants. I don't see Councillor Condor as being a liar. And actually, if he said that it was grants, then I think it was grants. Anyway, this meeting on LGR has been a long time coming. And for a few of us in this chamber, we have already had the opportunity to voice our opinions at the County Council meeting last week. And it was at that meeting where I abstained on voting. The reason why I abstained is we as Liberal Democrats have our own voices and our own opinions. There are certain things in life where you have to just vote because you're passionate about them. I already mentioned in the Lib Dem county group, and I already had said that I was going to abstain, and this was accepted by the county leader, Councillor Lisa Spivey, and it was accepted and it was respected. To say that I abstained was simply because there is a better alternative to the East-West split and the unitary model. It is actually a bold and transformative proposal, and it isn't a proposal that's been done by one man. It is a proposal that has been done collectively as part of this administration. We are Gloucester councillors representing Gloucester. It makes no sense that we would not want to put this Gloucester model forward for consultation. Tonight, I have heard many figures, and all of them are quite inaccurate. Stephanie Chambers spoke about 1%, and then you talk about that no one was consulted. There's such inaccuracies, it is unreal. And I just think this is a proposal that should actually be looked at, and it should be taken forward, and it should be then for the residents of this city to decide whether they want it. Our city faces unique challenges, higher levels of deprivation, greater demand for children's services, and pressing issues around homelessness and health inequality. I cannot understand why Councillor Stephanie Chambers would think that a one super unitary model would help, and a Greater Gloucester model which concentrates and is dedicated to Gloucester would not help, when we will have the money coming in to us as an actual government way of doing things. It would actually have the focus, it would have the energy, it would have the resources where they're needed most, and it would mean better services tailored to our residents. It means more responsive local government with decisions made by people who understand our city, and it means unlocking opportunities for growth, housing, jobs, regeneration, on our terms. This proposal also strengthens Gloucester's voice. With our own council, we can take our rightful place in what Councillor Hilton said, regional partnerships like the West of England Combined Authority. We'll be better positioned to attract investment.
Thank you, Councillor Dr. Trimnell. Okay, I must notify members that we have now reached the 3-hour mark since the meeting began. So we must now vote on whether to close the meeting. 2/3 of those present must vote in favour of the meeting closing. Otherwise, the meeting will continue. Those in favour of closing the meeting?
Those against?
Those against?
The meeting will continue for another hour.
The meeting will continue for 1 more hour.
Do you want to?
Would you like to adjourn for a short comfort break? Okay, we'll adjourn for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. It's just because I was named over there about the 1% figure and it not being accurate, but I took the 1% figure directly from the only consultation, the only official consultation that has been done in regards to this whole LGR. So that 1% figure was listed in that document, and it wasn't just from 60 years ago with Jeremy doing his paper rounds in Churchdown.
Noted.
Because I was
Yeah,
on the...
yeah, Councillor
The
Hill.
point is the greatest consultation didn't ask the question. So this is some comments made by various people. So the people in the city were not asked that question. And that was it. There was not a proper consultation. So those figures you can't rely on.
Thank you. Equally noted. Thank you.
Let's get back.
Back to the debate. Councillor Harries, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor James, to your point earlier where I mentioned about the council, I think I was considering the council area as a whole, not necessarily this council. That was the point I was trying to make. And to Gravel's saying about how the Lib Dems across the county are divided on what they think is best, I think that shows that we're focused on what we think is best in our area. Now, I know the Conservatives across the whole county pretty much are all in favour of one massive unitary authority. Labour, I know, are across the board all in favour of a split east and west, generally. I know the Independents are generally that Councillor Bell has gone home because he was frustrated that he said to me outside that he supported the Greater Gloucester, but he was fed up with Chambers when he mentioned that he was supportive of that. That's well, whatever. But that's the thing.
Let's keep it non-personal. Thank you.
Here in the Lib Dems, we make up our own minds. We look at what we think is best for our areas, and we focus on that. Here in Gloucester, we're focused on what is best for our city. And we all believe, well, I presume we all believe, I can't speak for the rest of the people here, that the Greater Gloucester model is best for the city of Gloucester. And I also believe that it's best for the rest of the county as well, because there will be a council that is dedicated on rural issues, not being muddied by everything else. It just makes complete sense. And one of the points that I think hasn't been focused on enough as well is that when you get to unitary authorities, there doesn't seem to be much diversity in local government. Now, no offence to some of the more elder people here, there does tend to be a lot of older people in politics the higher up you go, and especially at unitary level. Now, if we were to go with the Greater Gloucester model, that would allow us to have evening meetings for more people that have careers. Like, I'm not a full-time career politician. With the greatest respect to the ones of you that are, I hate career politicians because all you do is bicker about politics and try point scoring. You want... Well, potentially. I was defending the point was made of it. But the thing is, like, we want people that are more...
Please, no personal remarks, please. I think I made my point pretty clearly. Thank you.
Just, we want a more diverse, supportive council that can encourage more people to join the council and get involved in their communities. And I think the Greater Gloucester model will help that in our great city.
It's time. Thank you. Councillor Conda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We talked about the county council, how wonderful it would be if it was a whole county looking after everything, but they're not so great, really. You know, they closed 3 secondary schools in North Gloucester years ago, despite people like my daughter saying, please don't close Oxdales, we need it. We need it, we all know that. Children are travelling out to Newent and to Churchdown because there's no local secondary school in North Gloucester anymore. Minsterworth Primary School was closed by the County Council, and now Minsterworth is being filled with new houses, courtesy of Tewkesbury Borough. So that wasn't brilliant, was it? And the other good reason for having a Greater Gloucester model being sent to Westminster is it says, we are here. Don't think we're just a small part of the county. Yes, it's a parochial way of looking at things, but we've seen that everybody's parochial to an extent. We all know our own patch. But the last 4 years of my working life was spent in East London. My husband was working in the city, and we both remarked on how little the people we worked with knew about areas outside London. The people I worked with in East London didn't even go into central London for entertainment. That was, 5 miles away. It was too far for them to go, even with the wonderful transport in London. Somebody phoned me up and said, where are you? This is when I was working in Shire Hall. And I said, oh, Gloucester. And they said, oh, that's Gloucester Road. And I said, Gloucester Road Tube? And they said, yes. And I said, no, Gloucester, 30 miles north of Bristol, 100 miles west of London. Anybody who's watched University Challenge will know how abysmal many of the students' knowledge of geography is now. And if we're putting ourselves in the hands of people in Westminster, I hope that they realise that the River Severn does split the county, although it wouldn't if you looked at the computer model. They need to know that. They need to know where we are. They need to know we're touching the edge of Wales. We're on the edge of the southwest. We're on the edge of the Midlands. But a lot of Londoners won't know at all. So by putting in this offer as a Greater Gloucester, we're actually putting our heads above the parapet and saying, we are here. Take notice of us.
Councillor Wilson.
Mr. Mayor, I know we're all having a lovely time and it's been a great debate and it's been very enjoyable, but can I propose under 1513 paragraph B that the vote now be put?
Is that seconded? I want to invite the Democratic Services Officer to read out the rules.
So, on a motion that the question now be put, unless in the Chair's opinion that the matter before the meeting has been insufficiently discussed, the Chair shall first put to the vote the motion that the question now put. If it is passed, then give the mover of the original motion his right of reply under paragraph 11 of this rule before putting that member's motion to the vote. Therefore, Chair, you must consider whether the matter has been sufficiently discussed.
I don't believe there's been sufficient debate on the motion. We will continue.
Okay.
Thank you.
So then,
Councillor Sawyer.
So I just want to say a few things have been said about the county and the Lib Dems. And the County Council have never said those things that a certain member have said about our Greater Gloucester model. They've never slagged it off. They've never said bad things against it. Cheltenham couldn't be bothered to do their own work, so they got the county to do it. And it backfired on them as it came off worse. I'm glad we did it and not the county, as we know Gloucester best. And we have produced a far better report than they could have. It's not fair to say that Lib Dems at the county should be united. We all represent different parts of the county. I represent Gloucester, and along with my fellow Gloucester County councillors, we feel that the Greater Gloucester model is what's best for Gloucester. We speak of county as if they're more important than us, and we need their approval. That is not the case. The 7 districts are equal, and we are all allowed to put in a submission. And it's that tone that we use, that's why I don't want the one unitary, because Gloucester will just become, like it is now, part of the county, because let's face it, it's a county takeover, and they don't respect Gloucester. And, the way we're talking about counties, if they're the greater being, that's not the case. They're just one of us. So I just want to stop all this bad mouth about the Greater Gloucester model from other councillors because they haven't said that about us.
Yeah, okay.
Councillor Stephanie Chambers.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a bit baffled about why there's so much hatred over this side of the room for the county council. Now, I certainly don't worship them and their services aren't brilliant in every way, and I agree. The problem that I have is that our services are split. So the county runs some things, we run others, and particularly in relation to housing. I have seen countless time and time again where really vulnerable people get missed between the systems. So there may be a social services, children's services, adult social services. Housing should be within those models. They work much better together. And talking about infrastructure, we work as an SLP with other authorities, and we did want that to be bigger at one point, but Stroud and people wouldn't join us. We need housing. Yes, we need affordable housing. But what all the residents get upset with is the lack of infrastructure and the lack of planning. Now, that can be done a lot better under one county, and then there will be some elements that go to the strategic mayors or mayoral authorities, and that will work much better. We've got an issue with Junction 12 in Quedgley. Now, that can't get resolved because nobody is working together. Stroud and the county were fighting about it, threatening to sue each other at one point. These things don't need to happen. There are so much, borders create huge problems everywhere. And what happens with borders is people get caught in the cracks and they get lost. We shouldn't even be here today discussing this. The whole process has been flawed. The consultation wasn't done with the other parties to see if it had cross-party support. We're in a situation where every penny counts. We were told the other day that £10,000 for CCTV cameras to look at fly tipping across this city, which is detriment to all our society, is unlikely to happen because of the financial constraints. Yet thousands has been thrown on this. And yes, no officer time has been quantified. Officers have been spending, senior officers at that, have been spending so much time on this. The cost is huge. There's meetings, travel, etc. None of that is quantified. And none of this should have happened. To do a model that is not evidence-based, that does not meet the criteria of what the government asks for, that cannot break down between the two authorities which one's viable and which one isn't. It doesn't do that. It fails on every level. And calling it Greater Gloucester is doing nothing but hoodwinking the public to pretend this is a Greater Gloucester proposal. It is not greater for anybody in this city.
Councillor Alistair Chambers.
Mayor, I was just going to be putting the 15.13, which Councillor Declan did, put the question to be asked. So I've got nothing to say.
You're a seconder.
Okay.
I don't believe there has been sufficient debate. We only have three more on the list. Three on the list. We continue. Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, somebody on the other side of the chamber mentioned earlier that in the county council elections that all the Conservative councillors had in their newsletters regarding single unitary. That's actually incorrect because I didn't have anything in my newsletters about single unitary. I remember Councillor Hilton also pointing that out in the county council last week, so I'll just correct him there while I've got the opportunity here. Yes, county is not perfect. The county council is not perfect. No one says they are. Neither is the city council perfect. You know, we've got issues with licensing, planning, cemeteries. We are not perfect either. Yeah. So we need to remember that nobody's perfect. Nothing in this world is perfect, but we can do what's right for Gloucester and we can do what's right for Gloucestershire. And that's why I said again, I strongly believe single unitary is the best. And also, somebody said on the other side of the chamber about we, the Liberals, are voting how we like. Well, excuse me, so are we. We haven't been whipped to vote a certain way. We're voting freely, just like you guys are, okay? So let me just correct that too. We make up our own minds. And someone said about career politicians. Well, excuse me, most of us here are not career politicians. We have part-time, full-time jobs. We do this because we enjoy it, we enjoy helping our constituents and improving our city, and we're doing our best to help others. That's why some of us are in this chamber. We're not career politicians at all. So I'll just correct you on that point as well. And I think I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Wilson, did you want to contribute to the debate?
Oh, good God, no. Had enough. Thank you.
No, you were on the list. Councillor Radley.
Thank you. Some of this, I think it's important to be said. There's been comments around the way, I happen to be a Liberal. I happen to be born into a family of Liberals. I'm Liberal born of Liberal born. So I was taught some of the values which I think belong to my party a long time ago. And part of that is you disagree with each other honourably and you recognise complexity and you say your piece and everybody has a view. Now, that's the way we do it. I find it bizarre that that is somehow being identified as some sort of bad thing, whereas I'm thinking particularly about the vote at the county council, where some of our county councillors have explained that they abstained because the option of Greater Gloucester wasn't available. So that's shame on the county council that option wasn't available to be considered. We're here tonight talking about the options, the 3 options that have been developed and worked up. We are considering what is useful and having that debate about how they fit together. In this debate, we find out that there is no detailed discussions about the costs of parishing, that this is almost a completely unthought about thing. So in some ways, the unitary, the single unitary, we're kind of being asked, vote something through which you don't fully understand. But this is part of the process. It's thinking and looking. So I quite like the fact that my party has a diversity of opinion, that we've looked at things and we've come to a conclusion. Now, as I said, the first time I stood up, I haven't been whipped. I'm voting on what I believe to be the best option for the people of this city and our county. And I think all of us should be doing that. That we disagree, we should disagree honourably, and it moves forward debate. So thank you.
Councillor Patel.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask a question. What consultation was there with the parishes? I'm still waiting for an answer 2 hours later. Thank you.
Councillor Stephanie Chambers.
There was just some debate there about the not knowing the finances of how much it would cost to parish the City of Gloucester. I would really like to know, because I've been through the report and I've asked the questions of officers, how many people that think this is a good idea, the Greater Gloucester and the Gloucestershire Unitary, know the individual finances of either one of those, and if either one of those will start off in a deficit, because that is a very significant point. And I just wonder which one of you know that, because it's not in the report. I've asked officers and they can't tell me either. So I want to know which one of you is making that informed decision.
Councillor Fonda.
Thank you. I asked this question in one of the Teams meetings about finance, and I was told that the deficit would be spread out into the future, and it really could be overlooked. Am I thinking of the right element of deficit there? But that's what I was told, and other people watching it will have heard that as well. And it shouldn't be, it shouldn't stand in our way.
Okay, I think we've come to the end of the debate. So, Councillor. I just wanted to make a point that I wanted everybody to be heard, and if there are a few names left on the list to be heard, then that's the right thing to do. This is a very important debate. Councillor Hilton, would you like to sum up, please?
Do you want a long speech or a quick one? All I can say is, Sarge said he didn't mention the single county in his leaflets, which is probably why he's one of the few Conservative councillors that held their seat.
Councillor Patel, you want to make a point of personal explanation?
Yes, please. I think what Councillor Hilton will find is that I retained my seat by beating the Liberal Democrat colleague sat behind him because I'm the hardest working councillor in the ward. I've delivered more than he has done in 20 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. We will now move to the vote.
Do you want me to?
Head of Paid Services will explain further.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We will treat this in a similar way to how we normally treat recorded votes. So I will run through each councillor's name in turn, and I would like you to respond with one of 4 replies, either single, East West, Greater Gloucester, or none of the options. So single unitary, East West unitary, Greater Gloucester model, or none of these options. Is that clear? Okay. So I will start with Councillor Boquet.
Greater Gloucester.
Castle. Hilton.
Greater Gloucester.
Greater Gloucester.
Courtney. Field. Sawyer. Shervey. Trimnell. Stephanie Chambers. Pullen. Alistair Chambers. Gravels. Tracy. Barmia. Sorry? Greater Gloucester. Patel. Brooker. Hyman. Chambers de Boos. Conda. Bradley. Campbell.
None of the options.
Graham. Harris. Highland. James. Millard. Miller. Norwich. Taylor. Walker. Vidahold.
Thank you, members. I have the results of the vote. The single unitary received 10 votes. The East-West option received 4 votes. The Greater Gloucester option received 17 votes, and none of the options received 1 vote.
So that will be.
So that will be passed on to Cabinet tomorrow. Thank you. We now move on to item 11 in the agenda.
that's for Councillor Hilton to move.
Councillor Hilton to move, please.
Mr Mayor, I think there is an amendment to the resolution, and I think the Managing Director is going to read that out and then I'll move it.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. There's just a slight change to the existing monitoring officer's departure date. So if the mover of the motion is in agreement, I propose that in part 1 of the recommendation, we strike out the words with effect from January 2026. And then in part 2 of the recommendation, instead of saying with effect from the 1st of January, it's changed to with effect from Jane Cryer's departure. I can elaborate on that if necessary, but the point is that Jane Cryer is not departing on the 1st of January, so we just need a slight change of the wording to reflect that a new monitoring officer be designated after the existing monitoring officer has left the organisation, but not before. You can't have 2 monitoring officers.
Mayor?
Councillor Hilton?
I'm happy to move.
Happy to move that? Yep. Seconder?
Yeah.
Councillor Wilson, would you like to speak or reserve the right? Okay. Let's move on to debate. Councillor Alistair Chambers.
I'd just like to say it's been a pleasure having Jane Cryer being the monitoring officer. I think we all got on very well with her. And it's been an absolute pleasure to have her as a monitoring officer. I'm going to miss the emails coming from her and the debate on the runnings of the council. But I think she's been absolutely fantastic and a pleasure to work with. And I'm very sad that she's departing, and it upsets me truly that she's leaving. Like, deep down, I'm really upset, and I wish that the best for her in her new venture and where she should go. And I think it's absolutely fantastic that Tanya's coming on board. I completely support that, and I think it's really good news. Thank you. But I just thought I'd just toast some lemonade, raspberry lemonade, to Jane Cryer.
Thank you, Councillor Alistair Chambers. Councillor Pullen.
It's definitely not alcohol.
Councillor Pullen. Councillor Tracy, please.
No, it's Councillor Pullen.
No, it's Councillor Pullen, but Councillor Tracy, please allow Councillor Pullen to speak. Councillor Pullen, please.
Thank you. I just want to raise some concerns. The current monitoring officer works 4 days a week. The proposal is going forward is for the new monitoring officer to work 3 days a week. That is a 25% reduction in the role. That will significantly impact and affect the role of the post holder. The proposal, I understand, is to offer the policy and governance manager the post on a temporary basis. That will therefore cause problems further down the line in democratic services. You already have a capacity issue in that team, and you are already carrying vacancies in that team. Now, we have a capacity issue in our finance team. The finance team has been unable to carry out its role because of a capacity issue. So we question whether the proposals are achievable. We're concerned, first and foremost, that staff will be under immense pressure, and we don't want the position of democratic services officers to be unable to perform their role, their legal and proper roles effectively, because they are under too much pressure, and like the finance team, there is lack of capacity to carry out those vital functions. Thank you.
Councillor Radley.
Thank you. To lose one monitoring officer may be considered as a misfortune, but to lose more than one might be considered as careless. So I think we need to consider quite carefully, why are we still having what may be considered as a revolving door of monitoring officers? Do we need to review the conditions that we are offering our monitoring officers? Do we need to consider the way that we support them? I think we need to look at, it's trite, but past behaviour is the best predictor we have for future behaviour. And at the moment, we can't keep a monitoring officer. So I think it's important that we pass this, but I think we need to reflect on what we are doing to support our team. And as councillors, we have a duty of care towards the people that we employ, so that duty rests with us. Thank you.
Councillor Stephanie Chambers.
Thank you, Mayor. And having had group leaders with Terry and Jeremy this week, I think we were all concerned that the capacity could be an issue in the democratic services, and we just wanted to ensure that that doesn't happen. I'm very supportive of who's going to be doing the, without mentioning names, the new role. That's great. And I think that person knows this authority inside and out and has worked through the authority, and I think that's going to be great. From my personal experience, the democratic officers, you ask them something and nothing is too much trouble, and they do an awful lot. Now, democracy is why we're all here, and we can't have that suffer because of that. And we can't have our officers suffer. So I don't want to keep asking them, oh, is this okay, is that okay? And they keep saying yes, but really they can't cope. So I really want to make sure we're not just, because we're going to backfill the roles going up, but actually we're losing some skill in what Tanya does, and then other people moving up. There's going to be a skill shortages within our democratic services. So please, 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 can we be consulted as group leaders with the job application that goes out, so we can ensure that there is enough skill within that department.
Councillor Chambers Dubras.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that's quite a sad day, really, for Gloucester City Council, that we've lost yet another monitoring officer. I think it's particularly sad because Jane really stood up for people who were being bullied and victimised. She wanted to stamp on poor behaviour and to an extent did that. She had a keen eye on things where there was potentially corruption and stuff like that from the council. And now we are putting someone into the position on an interim basis, somebody who's very good at the job they already do, but we're putting them into the position on an interim basis, cutting the amount of work they do by 25%. It's not making people feel very supported. Are we going to be back to the Wild West that we were in before? Because certainly some of the comments this evening suggest that we are already heading that way. I think it's a sad day for Gloucester Council. And I have to say, it worries me.
I don't see any further hands. Okay, Councillor Patel.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I'd just like to echo the words regarding Tanya Davis as an interim monitoring officer. I think she'd do a fantastic job. She's always been very helpful, very professional at all times, and very responsive. And no one's got a bad word to say about her, I would say. And, she's very helpful, and she's very well respected by all members, I would like to say. So I think she'd do a fantastic job, and I wish her well in her role. Thank you.
Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to extend my genuine thanks and appreciation for all that Jane has done for councillors, for staff who've experienced problems in their roles. As Councillor Chambers-Dubus said, she's always been very supportive, very sympathetic, very empathetic, and she will be greatly missed as far as I'm concerned. I think Tanya is very competent. I have no doubt that she'll do a good job of it. But as others have said, I think it is concerning that we keep losing monitoring officers, and something needs to be done about that to understand what the root cause is and do something about it, because we can't continue in this situation.
Councillor Dr. Trimnell.
Yeah, I just wanted to ditto what Councillor Patel said actually about our new interim monitoring officer. I've always found, and I'm not sure if I can mention the name, Tanya, I've always found her really pleasant. I think she's local, something that our previous monitoring officer wasn't. And actually, all I can say is I just wish that that Tanya was offered this post before. But I think actually she's going to do a really good job. And I'm actually really pleased now that it feels like we've got one of us with us, if that makes sense. Thank you.
To sum up.
Councillor Wilson, to sum up.
Doesn't have to.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Not much more to say about that. I always just have to echo the comments made about Jane Cryer. I found her very professional. I found her very good. She will be greatly missed, and her advice was invaluable in my view. She was certainly a class act, but I have every confidence as well that Tanya will follow in her footsteps and she'll do a very good job. I've always worked well with Tanya. She's been fantastic in the roles that she's done, always been very supportive, so I'm happy with the appointment.
Councillor Hilton.
Well, can I just echo the kind words said about Jane Cryer and thank her for role as monitoring officer at Gloucester City Council for the months she's been in post. I was at a meeting when she announced her resignation. It's personal, and it's about the fact that she's got another job at another place full time, and it's nearer to where she lives, and that was a rational reason why she resigned. We can't stop people resigning for personal reasons or wherever they might want to move to. The proposal is for Tanya Davis to be an interim monitoring officer. I always thought she'd be really very good at it, and she's very confident. I've always liked her advice. I think the issue that Anne said was that, we're almost forgetting who you are now, Anne, is about a duty of care. Is the duty of care is that we all have a duty of care towards the monitoring officer. And when the monitoring officer gives us advice, what we mustn't do is must accept it. What we shouldn't be doing is constantly arguing with the monitoring officer on the advice they give. We should make sure that we take on board the advice. She will be an interim, so she'll get time to work it up. She was asked whether she was prepared to accept the job, so it wasn't one you've got to do it and you'll be interested. It was a request and had time to make a decision on that. And when we talk about full time, let's look at Shire Hall, which everybody likes to talk about. The monitoring officer there is also the man who turns up the corporate scrutiny committee, giving us all the stats about the performance of the county council. So he's doing another job as well as a main policy officer, besides being the monitoring officer. As far as the vacancy that's in democratic services, it's our intention to recruit to that position as well, to cover that. So we think we've got it balanced. But if we haven't got it balanced, then I'm sure the new monitoring officer will tell us that. As you mentioned, about the issue about the finance team, that's under review. The LGA is coming in, I think next week, and be interviewing all the finance team and interviewing some of the customers of the finance team, so that by January time, or at that point, we will have a proposition on how we can strengthen and make sure that the finance team is more robust. So I'm sure Stephanie will comment to group leaders if she thinks Tanya's not was finding it a bit difficult. I'm sure Tanya would do the same, but I'm sure she'll do a brilliant job. I've always found her advice really, really good. And I think everybody in this council also personally
you.
likes her, and I
Thank you,
think that's an
Councillor.
advantage.
That's time. Thank you. Councillor Stephanie Chambers, point of personal explanation.
Sorry, everyone. Just in case there was any misinterpretation to what I said, I am more than confident in Tanya's ability to do this role. My comments on skill was to make sure we keep the skill within our democratic services and not get them, you know, school leaver in to fill up a few admin tasks, and just make sure there's somebody competent to help and support them all.
Thank you. Okay, now we move to a vote on the motion as amended by the Head of Paid Services. Those in favour? Those against?
Abstentions?
Abstentions?
That's carried.
That's carried. Thank you. There are no notices of motion this evening. And that's the end of the meeting. Have a safe trip home. Thank you.